I'm muted. Son of a bitch. I was talking about how there's a different connector on the RC car for the battery that I got, and how it was very low to the ground. I'm muted. Oh God, that fucking ruins everything. I should have looked right here. Right here is where I need to look to see my audio level. Dumb. That was dumb. I keep doing that. Well, thanks for letting me know. It's while I do have eyes on my entire setup, you know, every now and then stuff goes wrong. I'm only human. But then you get people that tell me that the things that I absolutely know that I'm doing. And like, you can really throw people for a loop if you do the mute talking bit, where you just but yeah, that whole bit that throws them for a loop. Water, more water, more water. We got soldering to do. We have a very clear purpose in life, so it's going to be a very easy going stream. We're just going to build stuff. I'm going to reposition the fan over here. So I got cool air running on me. We're going to solder stuff together, and then we're going to get that VCO programmed. And we're going to figure out whether or not it works. The RC car is going well. Almost, yes. Never done, but almost ready to tune. However, it is raining here for the next week and a half. So I don't know when I'm going to be able to actually tune it. But I did the 3D model for all of the electronics, and they fit perfectly. But the thing is, I bought these new batteries that are much lower to the ground and are 350 milliamp hours. How many are the other ones? The other ones are drone batteries. Actually, these are technically drone batteries as well. But the old batteries were these things, which were a little cheaper, I think. Oh, I'm going to play that again. Keep that going in the background. These guys, which are higher, they're compact, they're higher up, and they are 400. Oh, wow. Okay, so these are 350. These have less capacity. Then again, the reportings on capacity are not regulated, so who knows who's reporting what. This thing seems like, I don't know, 400 milliamp hours, 7.4 volts, 20C. This one is 60C. So it's like, what's going on here? But 350 versus 400, not that big of a deal. However, these have a different plug. These have a PT 2.0, I think is what this is called. The one with the rib down the center. And it's a little bit smaller. Oh, I need to moisturize my hands. They're going to be super dry on camera today if I don't do that right now. The weird things you have to do as a streamer. Anyway, so the battery capacity is a little less, but it's lower to the ground. It's got a different connector, a smaller connector, and so that'll make the model a little bit more slick when I'm done with it. I've ordered a set of connectors. I could probably get one off of something, but I'll just make a little harness for it. And then it's down to tuning all of the differentials and stuff, and I wish I could take you guys with me on that, but that's an outside sort of thing. I have to be a weird man baby and go outside and do RC car stuff. Get that moisturizer. Get that moisture. Get my hands moist. And then I got to decide what I'm going to do about the body. I bought an airbrush. I bought like an entry-level airbrush. I'm thinking about whether or not I want to get into airbrushing and make the body actually look like a car body. I think that would be kind of neat. I don't know about the whole Toyota Camry thing. I think I should find like a station wagon body, but you know. I'll have to figure it out. I mean, what is it? Cluck J on the Discord is working on that Hyundai cyber car that they made recently, and he's going to have printable bodies. I don't know if I want to print a body for it. Use that Hyundai body, the cyber car body. No, not a, well, to charge the battery, what I did is I bought a new adapter. the charger that I have has banana plugs to plug in, and it also has load balancing plugs to plug in, so you can do load balancing alongside charging. But that makes no sense, because if you're plugging in the load balancer, that should just charge, right? So I bought an adapter board. I really shouldn't have done that. I could have built one, but for 10 bucks, I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna spend 10 bucks and get a big adapter board. So I have an adapter board to plug into my charger, and then I'll just be able to plug in the battery directly to that, and it'll do its magic. The charger that I have is like a super crazy charger, because I used to work with batteries a lot. I used to work with a lot of LiPo batteries for the tracking device job that I had. We should get all the car stuff out of the way, though. Get all the car stuff out of the way, because we're going to be building a circuit today, not a car. Yeah, this is the Toyota Prius body, and they tried to make it as cool as possible. It's even got headlights and stuff. You can put in headlights and light them up. I don't know about brake lights. Seems to be a big distribution of there's too much plastic back here, but yeah, you could do like headlights on the thing, which is hilarious. I would love to be able to do that. What I was thinking is I could take as a mount for the body, you could use one of those magnetic USB plugs, and that comes with pins that will automatically connect when the magnet hits. And so on some of the servo channels, I could put the lights. I don't know if I could do like a lighting controller or not, but I could do like on the 8-channel receiver, I've got extra channels. And since we hacked the FlySky, the FSGT3C, since we hacked this radio, I can assign any of the buttons to the servos. Yeah, rest in peace Toriyama. That's a legend. Holy shit, so much stuff. So many different properties and influenced by Toriyama. Apparently, Mexican cartels are taking a day off because of Toriyama's passing. They're big fans of Dragon Ball. I mean, Jesus Christ, they're big fans of Dragon Ball. But yeah, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. That's the end of a big era. Apparently, his works that are still in process are going to be kind of finished. Is that just a meme? Is it just a meme? I mean, they probably should. They love the guy. Maybe it's just misinformation. It's not harmful misinformation, but maybe it's just misinformation. Welcome to the modern age, where basically any story you hear that you laugh at is fake. I figure out what the next song is in that. I think I know what song that is. Breaking in the mall, breaking in the streets. Crime in Mexico and Brazil drops whenever a new Dragon Ball episode is released. And that's just a meme. Okay, all right. It's not wrong. I should clean up a little bit. Maybe just a little bit, since I can barely get to any of my stuff. It is hot here today. It's like 50 degrees outside. And my aged roommates are just always cold, which just pisses me off because the house is constantly overheated. It's horrible. Oh, I can't even get to my stuff. I have a cleanup issue. I've been too busy lately and haven't had time to spend the Friday cleanup time. You know, you choose a day of the week at the office, at least the way that I worked in the labs when I was working in labs. I guess since we were government employees, we had all of that leisure time, right? Being government employees. And we would spend Friday cleaning up the lab. You still got your work done, but you cleaned up the lab one day of the week. How much is 50 in normal units? What do you mean? Those are the totally normal units. It's 50% on the way from cold to hot. You treat it as a percentage because it's a totally normal unit. 50 F in C. Yeah, 10 C. It's 10 degrees out, which doesn't make any sense to me. I'm a wreck. I was up super late last night. I was just goofing off and not being very responsible with my time. So I'm a total mess today. But that doesn't mean that I won't be able to build circuits. I am all hair right now. I really need to go to a barber. I think it's time to go to the barber and maybe make a plea for basic humanity. Please, sir, just have some mercy on me. Yeah, I do. I actually brought the hat downstairs. It doesn't fit me still. It doesn't fit my head. I have a big head. But I have it. It's over there, and I'm tempted. I'm very tempted to put it on. I work in a lab. We just don't mess it up. How do you not do work? Do you not do work? Don't you do work? This is what happens when you do work. You don't do work. If your lab's not messy, you're not doing work. I am willing to die on this hill. I am a gatekeeper in this sense. You don't actually do work. You're lying. Whatever you say next, you're lying. That's a lie. That's just a lie. See that? That's a lie. Right there. Liar! Lies! It's all lies. You lie. Oh, it's like a chem lab. All right, maybe that's different. Maybe that's a little different. Maybe you don't want to leave chemicals out. It's like Nile Red with all his equipment. Where does that guy get his money? Yeah, you just drink it. You just drink it away. What's all this crap on the desk? My tummy's rumbly. You let it evaporate, then your air is a mess. Your air is filthy. That's where the mess is. It's in the air. Stir fry? Trying to figure out what the next song is. Breaking in the mall, breaking in the streets. Oh yeah, I need to open up YouTube. Hold on. I'll be there in a sec. Cozy VOD. I don't see any chats in there. I'm gonna pop this out. Pop it out. Pop it and lock it. It's funny that the instrumental leads into another track. It's strange. Old music on YouTube, you know. So is it the stir fry? Let's try it. This is exactly it. Right. No, I understand. If you're doing science in a lab, that makes more sense to totally clean up. If you're building stuff on your desk in a shop, it's much different. I understand the need for regimen in terms of like safety and shop stuff. As a tool repair guy, desk was okay. Yeah. I try to keep it semi-clean here. It's just nature abhors a surface vacuum, and so things end up like this unless I get an organizer that keeps me organized. Exactly. Yeah. If you regimen your if you are regimental about your storage, then things tend to be a little bit neater. That is true. That is true. Oh, do I have an octave lower voice today? I think I might. Yeah, I have an octave lower voice today. I must have snored. Whenever I snore, my voice is always kind of wrecked the next day. What is this? This is a YouTube. I have 2 notifications. What's that? You're the guy that had the laser burner write subnames on a piece of plywood. Funny YouTube should recommend this to me. Huh. Promo SM. What? What does that even mean? Promo SM shrug emote. Well, this person's correct. Thumbs up. You're that guy. You're that guy with a block of wood. Yes, that's how I'm known. The drawer? You mean the piss drawer? Did Mom find your piss drawer? Oh no. Mom found my piss drawer. Old keys in a drawer. I have that. Wait a minute. The drawer full of piss. Look at this. It's just old keys and stuff. Everything comes with keys. All the cabinets and stuff, they come with keys just in case you're in a super hostile work environment and you need to lock your shit up after each day. What if one of the keys matches something? I once found a key on top of a gas pump, and I think it was for that gas pump. Never did anything with it. Did you get the PC sorted? Yeah, Brink GG had an amazing little, like, list of things to do, and I've pinned it on that channel. So the anything help section, if you ever run into a computer that's been hacked by one of these fucking shady ass you know, help lines that trick old people into being very emotional. Yeah, it's like 5 kilograms of keys. It's all of the cabinets and stuff that you buy when you set up a shop. They all come with a lock on them. But anyway, Brink GG in the anything help section has a checklist of things to go through, including what external connections your computer is speaking to, which is an important thing to do. And I was able to kind of sort out that nothing shady had been done to the deep parts of the computer. I still feel like I need to go through user accounts and stuff, but I kind of went through his checklist and looked at a couple things, and I used one of his uninstaller programs in order to figure out what shady stuff could potentially be on the computer, and I didn't find anything. Anything past the UltraViewer version 6. UltraViewer version 6 was installed, and then after that, the shady-ass mofo had my mother log into her bank account, and I'm worried about that. But so far, we've changed all credentials. There hasn't been any shady activity, so maybe it's okay. I hope it is. It's a lot to go through. Yeah, oh dear, oh bother, oh tedious. Usually when I make like an alternative moniker, I use O underscore and then do something else with it, which is why I wish my emotes had the O underscore thing. We used to know God. We used to know God. As in the Twitch employee God, and I tried to ask him whether or not it would be possible to get a different preface or whatever to my emotes, and he didn't really respond to my comment. So, oh well, that guy's kind of in the woodwork now. I don't know, he's not really around anymore, so I'm not gonna bother him. If I ever do get contact with a Twitch employee, it's gonna be the first thing I ask. Okay, can I get like O underscore? It might not be in the character set. You seen him around? Yeah, he's doing stuff. I don't know. It's a crazy Twitch name to have. It's from the old days, but apparently he worked for them for a little bit or something. Not lately? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you know, I've had a brush with God. It was like 4 years ago. So he's, whatever, he's doing his own thing now. I wish we were building the yellow circuit board. I think this is going to be a better looking build. But we'll go through, we'll stream all of them. At least we'll get more done today, hopefully, as long as nobody gets hacked. Boom, boom, boom. Man alive, how's everybody doing? I'm just waking up. I got up very late today because I was up very late last night. It was a big emotional load having to argue with a family member over whether or not they are getting hacked. And it's like you come up with a plan, and I said this in the Discord. I said as much. You know that phrase, everybody has a plan until they're punched in the face. And that's pretty much what this was. It was like I could think about how I would react to somebody getting hacked Kit Boga style, all day, and I would come up with every other scenario than what I did, which was give them the benefit of the doubt way too long, and eventually get them to stop. The get them to stop part is the hardest part of a hack like that, because they make a basic emotional plea and hook the other person in emotionally. This is my poor dear old mother worrying about their savings going away. So like pit stomach kind of stuff. It's tough. It's tough. It's hard to do. You got to argue, make a basic plea. Listen, let me get on the computer. You have to move. No, I'm not going to move. All the money is, it's like, they told me I have a virus. Yeah, call me first thing. She said, well, so it was one of those things where it makes the high-pitched noise and doesn't let you use your computer. And she was reluctant to contact me because I was broadcasting. Because there's the, you know, don't contact me when I'm broadcasting is the rule. Because it's you know, it's being professional. But you know, a text message before touching anything. I told her, if your computer ever does something weird and that it shouldn't be doing and it doesn't let you use the computer, restart the computer first. Yeah, it's that was an urgent issue. There would be like, yeah, I had to set up that boundary. But this one was such a case where it would have been fine to violate the boundary. There would be very minor things that would fall into that category if it was allowed. It would be, I need to open this jar. You need to stop immediately and help me open this jar. And I would be like, yeah, no, so that's not going to fly. But in this case, in this one case of getting, you know, this whole thing could have been shut down very quickly. And then it would have been a matter of changing a Facebook password instead of the hullabaloo that we're going through right now. But we have a list of passwords that were stored on the computer, and I have suspicion that none of them were compromised. It might stand to reason that they're sitting on some of the accounts, but everything else is being locked the fuck down. It was already locked down. It's just now it's time to redo the credentials for everything. What a hassle. What a hassle. Put this like right here. Justify my expenditure. Look at this thing that's justifying its cost. Yeah, everything that can be 2FA was already 2FA'd, but it'll get more. Give me 3FA. Skywatcher Jim subbed? When was that? Was that recently? Well, it was an RYG sub. That was 20 hours ago, though. Party like it's current year. No, I got that one. I got that one. I think I recall Skywatcher Jim recently. Where is that one? Or was it a gift? Whatever. We're not doing anything with the RC battery right now. No. My title is my title. We're working on the VCO. What's up, Brink GG? How you doing? Yeah, I went through the Brink GG checklist. I didn't do everything, but I did do there were no shady IP addresses. The only thing communicating externally was like Chrome and Outlook. So I don't think they had time to give me any foul software. But I looked through some stuff. I probably should look through the registry a little closer. There were some leftover things from, what was it? I keep forgetting the title of the software. Whatever the takeover software was. UltraViewer, yes. I keep forgetting UltraViewer, the name of the program. There was some entry, like registry entries from UltraViewer, which, you know, UltraViewer is a legitimate program, but it's like, God damn, that fucking guy. Like getting the full confidence of my family member and getting her to install shady, you know, TeamViewer-esque software really just boils my fucking blood. It'd be great if I could, if I was a little bit more popular, and maybe I could, but I'm too shy to contact Kitboga and actually thank him for doing what he does, so that I was armed with the knowledge that things are a little shady when you have a command prompt that looks like this, and your family member is making a plea with you to work with the person that's trying to hack your accounts. Please just work with him. He's from Microsoft. And I'd say, he's not from Microsoft. And I went to hang up on the guy, and it was like, no, don't hang up on him. No, he's trying to help. Everything is at risk. All the accounts, all the money is at risk. And it's like, this is shit. Stop this at once. That was tough to do. That was tough to argue. You never think about that. You never think about that when you're thrown into a situation like that. But my familiarity with stuff that stinks scam-wise was my only armor in that first bank of Microsoft. Well, they didn't get to the scam part, and I'm not sure what scam part they would have gotten to. I mean, as soon as they started talking about, like, buying a bunch of gift cards, my mother would have caught on. But until then, it was putting her into extreme panic mode. Yeah. Yeah, I started up the virus protection again, and I did scan for viruses, and it didn't find anything. Calculator no longer works. What the hell? Oh, you stopped so many services. I didn't do a deep dive into services. It looked like all of them were, the ones that needed to run were running. Get more water, and then we'll get started in a minute. We'll get started building a VCO, a voltage controlled oscillator. Yeah, you should check out that checklist, Uncle. It's in the anything helps section. It's pinned. Just in case anybody ever goes through this, because holy shit, is it nerve-wracking. But this is a good little deep dive. Brink's methodology is to go through, I forget what the command line command is, but it's going through all of your computer's external communication stuff. Any IP address that's associated with the computer. Netstat Anno, yeah. Netstat. Going through Netstat and looking at the PIDs of anything that's going to a shady port or IP, and then looking up those programs in the task manager is a powerful tool. Back in my day, you know, I have gotten a couple viruses off of computers before. I've done this quite a bit, but this is not even nearly as nefarious as a virus was. This is just a direct sort of confidence man hack, as opposed to a virus that actually weasels its way into everything. I've had to go through registry entries individually and find, you know, the shady program that keeps popping up. You know. Back in our day, the Zillennials, the Gen X / Millennials, have gone through hell in terms of viruses before. I mean, you get that game you've always been wanting to play, and it pops up a command line window for just a half a second, and you're like, "Ooh, I have a virus now. It's time to dive in." I just never thought that they would be able to get somebody that hook, line, and sinkery into their bullshit, right? Like, I had to talk this person literally off of a ledge because they thought that everything was at risk, and they thought that legitimately Microsoft wanted them to contact. That was tough. That was tough. You don't think it's going to be tough because you watch Kitboga and you're like, "Ha, that's funny that they would think anybody would believe this." Open source XDR called WAZA that monitors Netstat or external communication. That's a crazy one. Fancy AV tool. What the hell is that? Well, one thing that I have to look into is putting all of my cameras on the network and then using the network in order to send video all around. Yeah, I thought it was audio video. That's how I because production. I think AV is this stuff and this stuff. Antivirus. Okay, so in the IT circles, AV is a different thing. No, I closed the window. That's what it is. Only Twitch hears this audio. Dun dun dun. I should put that up as text somewhere. I'm a little bit Bush League in that regards. What I need to do is just delete my profile here and redo everything. Just rebuild all this stuff from scratch. But maybe I can do that when I get, when I can get a Raspberry Pi 5, because I think they're still impossible to get. And I need to get my hands on one and then test whether I can send video over it. And then that will become sort of the video network. I can put one over by the desk and one over by the gaming PC, and then I can have things always connected, and I'll be able to have the remote cameras be even more remote. Because right now I use USB extenders to the very limit of what the Logitech cameras can handle. So when I go to the microscope, for instance, there are glitches on the here. Where's a glitch? Show me a glitch. That's actually doing okay. There are glitches that appear on the microscope because the USB is so extended. What up, Generate? How you doing? Long streams starting than a Roberts. Wait, longer streams starting than a Roberts. Well done. How long does he start for? We're at 35 minutes. I've got a lot to talk about, you fuck. Yeah, you missed it, ADHD. We didn't get a lot done building this VCO yesterday because my family member got kitboged. Are we using that as an adjective now? Or is it a verb? Did you get verbed by kitbro? What's going on? They got hacked, but not really hacked, more con-manned by one of these things that like bad login to Facebook, and then something opens up on the screen that you can't get rid of, and it sets out a high-pitched noise, and it says Microsoft says, hey, call Michael right now, call Bill Gates, here's the number. And so you call and you go, Bill Gates, what's wrong? And they go, oh yes, Bill Gates, yes, this is me, Bill Gates, you could look up my credentials at Microsoft. And so they did that, and they believed that this person was from Microsoft, and they ended up putting like command line codes in that looked like this. Like, no, not that. Like, oh, I closed the command line. Anyway, the command line was literally, it just looked like, here, I'll do it again. It literally looked like, Microsoft says you have virus. Error 69420. It looked like that, and I get upstairs and I see this, and I'm like, this is tomfoolery. Like, this is bad. And I had to actually make like an emotional plea in order to get the person to get off the computer, because they clicked into that emergency response that you have, where you get nervous, you get a pit in your stomach, everything is falling apart. This person's the only person that's trying to help me, and since they have a website, they're legitimate. They're not. Everything was a lie. They said your whole IP has been hacked, every device you own. So, yeah, exactly. We're gonna check everything for you. Just give us your bank accounts, give us this, that, the other thing. And it's like designed to be emotional, and so I had to plea on an emotional level to get them to stop this, and I immediately restarted the computer and uninstalled stuff, and then BrinkGG, fucking savior, BrinkGG, provided us with a checklist to look through to help alleviate any shady shit that happened. Happened to my dad last month. Holy shit, he got phished. Fortunately, my mom asked me within a couple hours, so I stopped credit card fraud. Yeah, exactly. I got it at a point before I think they got any of the credentials. They built up all the confidence, and then I had to break all that down because it was all fit. Everything they said was just a little bit unbelievable. she was having like a happy conversation with the guy, like, oh yeah, let me tell my son. Oh, how old is your son? She's like, oh, he's 40. Like, it's fucked up, man. And as soon as I hear, because they said your whole IP has been hacked, meaning your phones will sound bad, because it's a shitty fucking Indian Google fucker was talking to my mother, and I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Like, I hung up on him, and then he called back, and I told him never to call again, and hung up. Man, they charged like $4K to my dad's card before I stopped it. Holy shit. Yeah, the fraud line. I got it before anything happened, and we're still watching everything, but nothing appears to have happened. You asked her what she was doing the moment before the hack. We actually know. It was a shady Facebook link. She went to go to Facebook, and it asked for a login, and I'm like, Facebook never does that, because, you know, Facebook doesn't want you to think about whether or not you want to go on Facebook. They want you to be on Facebook. So we were able to, I was able to see big shady Facebook link, right? They ask for a login. When you log in, they get their tendrils into your computer, and they make you think that it's been hacked. Messed up. We've had hour-long intros before, by the way. This is, you know, not Robert Style. Robert Styles ordering food and then eating it on with a microphone, eating it in front of the microphone. Nom, nom, nom. Yeah, the fake phishing emails from workplace. I know about those. Well, they're not supposed to be very good, right? Because that's the self-selection. They don't want people who get fooled by high-level tomfoolery. They want somebody at the lowest level tomfoolery. They want somebody who responds to, we have IP hacked your femto line and your curmudgeons are going to explode and your computer will kill you. They want that person, the person who will fall for that, because then they can get them into the further scams and get their money. So let's get started soon out here. Hi, it's me. I drank last night. I didn't mean to, but I did. So fuck you. I shouldn't curse into my camera. What are we doing? We're building VCO. So we've got a very easy task ahead of us. It's just literally build the thing. And so that's going to involve looking up the thing, figuring out where the thing goes, and then soldering the thing in. Easy peasy. It'll be fun. It'll be a nice chill Friday stream where we get to like use our hands, and then we got to look up Hagiwo's code, look into the code, add a little bit of stuff for an LED, and figure out whether or not our stuff works. Yeah, I fell on top of a whiskey bottle last night. It wasn't my fault. I was a little bit stressed after having to plea for basic humanity to get the computer mouse from my mother, who was getting hacked. And if I was cooler, if I had more viewers, and if I was a cool person who like had contacts with other streamers, everybody check out ADHD Generate, by the way. If I had the personal phone number of Kit Boga, I could go beep boop bop. Hey, Kit Boga, thank you for doing what you do, and me being exposed to it helped me keep my poor old mother from getting hacked. My poor old, very suspicious mother who doesn't let people have contact, like any information, right? Like she's one of those people who are dumbfounded about Facebook and the fact that it goes for all of your information. You're sharing all that information. She taught me to be suspicious about information, basic things, social security numbers and stuff. And yet, what was the scam? It was a fake Facebook link that wanted you to log into Facebook. And so she thought, oh, Facebook wants a login. I guess the credentials expired. So she goes to log into Facebook. It pulls up a full screen thing that lets out a harsh beeping noise, so it gets you stressed. And then it says, Microsoft has error, your IP bad. And it says, please call this number. And so she called the number and was in the middle of having a complete one of those Kit Boga-esque sessions going on. They basically opened up a bunch of command prompts, and they typed some command prompt bullshit that looked like this. Like, Microsoft says virus, error. And I looked at this and I'm like, C:// what the hell? And they had stuff scanning the computer that was going to pull up. I forget what it is. It's not NetStat or anything. There's like a computer health checkup that you could do that comes up with hundreds of errors, no matter what. And so they were going to have that go on and then start talking BS. Yeah, guidelines are good. It's be suspicious of everything. We're used to that, right? Like I've installed like shady hack software, even on stream. I've installed shady hack software that does weird stuff, like pulls up something that you can't close. And so we Alt F4, Alt Control Delete, Task Manager, try to close it, close any of the other stuff. I mean, we grew up with pop-ups, right? So we know the shady stuff that goes on, but my folks didn't. So it was interesting to me that they were able to get so roped in by that, and they click into your emotions. They get you stressed with the noise, they get you stressed with the inability to close something, and they use that as a pivoting point to get you stressed about, for instance, your bank accounts and stuff. They say every device is hacked, your everything is compromised, you are as good as dead, and so you go, oh no, I'm as good as dead, I'd better work with this one person that's helping me. It is, yeah, it is very min-maxy kind of social engineering. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh man, you gotta have them like, hey, you gotta contact me if any shady shit goes on. But now they're aware. They're aware that kind of thing exists. It's unfortunate that I could not have taught them that. I didn't know they needed to know that ahead of time. But now they know. It's just one of those things. You don't think somebody who's so suspicious about details could get roped in by that, and then you think they'll be fine. They know what they're doing, but they don't. And that one little corner case happens, and that's what happened yesterday. That kept us from getting ahead on this thing. We're on capacitors now. I wish I could communicate that to Kit Boga, but I'm not gonna like donate money to him. I probably should actually, but especially with all this talk about financials being compromised, if suddenly I sent 5 gift subs to Kit Boga, I think it would raise a couple red flags. The scams have evolved from the Nigerian prince. The Nigerian prince is the original case of that sort of targeting people who are susceptible to your particular scam. What up, Carvos? All right, let's get the capacitors out and let's start capaciting, because we want to get to the more interesting stuff soon. 500. No, wasn't there a Nigerian prince who did have a fortune? Wasn't that a story recently that there was actually a prince from Nigeria who had a bunch of money? I think there was. I don't think they actually needed another person to transfer the money, but there was actually somebody who had a few weeks ago. I remember there being like, it does its rounds. I think it was probably like a year or two ago that the story actually came up, but there was actually somebody who was the literal Nigerian prince. Really crazy. I'm a little tired today. I fell onto a whiskey bottle, unfortunately, and yeah, that's what happened. It wasn't my fault, but I don't know. It's just a lot of emotions have been flying around this household. I've got 20 PCBs in front of me. I really hope the first one of these works. If it doesn't work, and I don't see why it wouldn't, if it doesn't work, I'm going to be in trouble. But if it does work, I'm going to be in factory mode. I want to build all of these because these will work with my modular synthesizer. I can also give them to my friends. Dave and Julian have trusted me with their stuff, and look what I've done to it. I've taken apart Dave's poor M303. He can no longer do Acid House. His 303, we've taken apart and we've reverse engineered 2 parts of the circuit. We need to reverse engineer some other parts of the circuit because this thing blowed the fuck up. The purveyor, whoever made this thing, tried to keep some of the chips secret. Even though the M303 is a very well-known circuit, they decided that they put enough work into making an authentic M303. A 303 is a type of synthesizer. It's a type of synthesizer that has a particular sound to its oscillator, and they replicated that with available electronics instead of just, why are my fingers beat red? What is going on there? Am I gonna have a heart attack? Oh no, it's just low light levels. My hands are like bright red. I just put moisturizer on them too, so my skin was ultra dry today. But anyway, we'll get back to reverse engineering this, but the chop ya dollar, what the hell, is that some Canadian thing? The boy who cried, Nigerian prince. What? Okay, yeah, so we'll get back to that one eventually. That's Dave's thing. It requires a lot of work, but like that comic where the guy eats the silica packet and they're like, you figured out how to get out of the simulation. Congratulations. He like wakes up in a chair. Error spew command that they usually use is wevtutil. Do not. Don't eat the silica gel. It's better to keep your filament dry. You want to keep it around. I'm not going to run it, but they had some kind of a checker running. I should have taken a picture of the screen, to be honest. I should have taken a quick picture of the screen before I restarted the computer, because I don't remember all that was running on it, but there was some kind of it was like a Microsoft tool, one of the checkup tools that was running and scanning the whole PC. But then they also had a window that literally just had this, and it wasn't even like, again, when C commands run, they look like this. Oops, they look like that. There we go. They look like this, right? Not this. And that's what was up on the screen. That's what told me to, you know, oh, Windows Event Viewer. Yeah. Just the worst. All right. So what are we doing? We're building up the circuit. We got to figure out what capacitors need to go in. And since this is an analog audio thing, analog to digital audio thing, we need to look up what all of the C's are. Now, I didn't do a bill of materials. I didn't even put values in Fusion 360. So we unfortunately have the task of looking up each C number and relating it to our notes, which is where all the values are. Silica gel, if it doesn't make you sick, I wonder if it makes you constipated. Yeah, because do they grow? They grow, don't they? The silica beads grow. You can dry them out afterwards too. After you poop them out, I guess. SFC send now system file checker. It probably was. I don't know. It looked almost Windows 3.1-esque. It was not a very designed UI, and it had a green bar across the top, and it was scanning all the files. It probably would have led to a window that gives you all kinds of BS that it thinks is wrong with your computer, because Windows is a house of cards, but Windows is a network of programs that mildly work. But yeah, again, if you guys have run into this before, BrinkGG has put a wonderful little guide to sort of initially vet out the computer into the anything help section of the Discord. You guys can check out the pin in there and check it out, because that hopefully that helps somebody else too, but boy howdy did it help me out. We are looking up capacitors. We are looking up C13. Now, I know these are the protection beads. Those are static electricity protection beads, so that you don't zap your poor synthesizer into hell. C13 is going to be part of one of these circuits here. There it is, right there. So that is on the TL072 that is doing the amplification for audio out. This is audio out right here. The PWM signal hits this guy right here, and it turns into an audio signal. This does a little bit of low pass filtering. All right, so that means that we go to our notes and we're looking up that feedback resistor. Our notes are here, and so we're on the output circuit, which is up here, and we're looking at a 47 picofarad capacitor. This is the kind of stuff that I got to do today. 47 pico. Well, I got this tome of capacitors. You can buy these books, these sample books. They're pretty awesome. It's just got folders of components. So 47p, 36p, 43, 47. Here we go. I can almost find all these values just by the stuff that I've already done. You know, I've already removed a bunch of these because I built those mutable instruments modules. Silica gel defends. Oh, Derns on the way. They were made to absorb X amount of water. Silica gel for shoes. What? Double its white. Ah, so many errors. Swap the resistor and cap label. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. That'll come up again, and I'll remember that part of the circuit. Because there's, I mean, like it's pretty blatant that I did that, and I think it's the only one. I don't know if I know my spelling is great. My spiel good and grammar. They soak up the water, they get heavier. You work directly, man. You guys all, the knowledge that's covered by chat is quite amazingly vast. Like Demethyl works with plastics, and so he has a lot of opinions about the plastics that I use on my projects, and I'm like, they're plastic? Like, I barely know that it's plastic that I'm working with. You mean to tell me that I'm 3D printing plastic? Like, I see, so you work with it in a different capacity. Speaking of capacity, here's a capacitor. Look at that. Let's get these guys in here. Let's get this part done, because this is the boring stuff. We need to get to the more fun ICs and stuff. The first thing my tweezers do is fucking throw a component away. And that's what they do. The Seed Studio silk screens always throw me for a loop because they look like they're out of focus. I use partially leaded partially leaded solder. It is, I think, 60-40 or something like that. This really bothers me right here. Maybe I can get both components. Get them both to... Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Sounds like a good time. Come on, let's go. It doesn't look like... This tip doesn't really let me heat both of them up. Yeah, there is. It's what is the mix here? It's written on the thing. Kester 800 watt. No, wait, no, that's their address. They're in Illinois. It's Kester, 1 pound, 10 20 21, SN63 PB37. It's 6337, I guess. Silver lead mix. The unleaded solders are not bad. You probably, don't want to be exposed to that much lead in your lifetime, as with soldering. If you're soldering a lot, which I am, and I probably should not be using leaded solder. Unleaded stuff is not as shiny, but the modern formulations of unleaded are fine. You have to turn up your iron a little bit. You need a little bit more heat into it, and it just doesn't look very shiny. 6337 is the magic ratio for eutectic tin lead mixtures. Huh. Well, there you have it. But that's what I use. And the reason that I use it is that I accidentally bought it instead of unleaded. Unleaded is fine. Yeah, Kester's good stuff. I use Kester because that's what my the labs that I've worked for have used. Okay, C12 and 14, what are you? All this looking up stuff is what takes so long on this. C12 is there. C14 goes to ground. That's the important part about that. That's the part that's doing the filtering. So 12 and 14 are there. A 100 pico, both of them. 100. Okay, so 100 picofarad. 100 picofarad. It's kind of amazing. It's like every time Rabaz streams and he asks people like who are watching him, he's like, what do you guys do for a living? Because he basically sits in a room and talks to the furniture all day and makes a ton of money. He's curious about what real people do for jobs, and he's got like a bunch of scientists and engineers watching him. The man who can barely order a burger himself. Really? That stuff isn't bullet primers? Unleaded scares me because of the heat needed. Yeah, because the heat will pull up pads. The heat will work against the what is holding the copper to the FR4 fiberglass circuit board. Primary explosive. I don't think these people know much about primary and secondary explosives. The whole baboom high explosive stuff. I know a deceptive amount about that stuff. I don't like to talk about it. That's right. You wanted to get me to blow stuff. You've been talking explosive formulas, haven't you? I don't know the chemistry. I'm not a chemist. I'm an electrical engineer. I know what makes it pop, but I do know about high explosives, and a lot of people don't. And also, the smoke color is indicative of whether or not an explosive has a lot of plasticizing stabilizers in it. So if you have clear smoke, it's more likely that it is a homemade explosive than when it is a black smoke, it is more likely to be a military explosive, which is why when the Boston bomber did that thing, I was like, this is a custom-made explosive due to the smoke color. If you work as a range operator, lead poisoning is an occupational hazard. Well, when we did the 60 pounds of commercial explosive, they made me wear goggles. So I was definitely protected against pretty much anything that could happen out there with my plastic safety goggles. I actually did ask them, like, this is 60 pounds of commercial explosive. Like, what are the goggles going to do for me? They're like, well, your eyes will be safe. Right, here we go. All of the people that were working with explosives at that particular range were all extremely smart chemical engineers and chemists. They knew a lot about a lot. They were crazy people. This one is like way off to the side, isn't it? Right, listen, very specific. Your eyes will be fine. I messed it up. I messed up. Well, that one can be crooked. I can't win them all. It was seized foreign explosive is what it was. And the explosives guy, the bomb unit guy that I was working with, had to sign off for them when I was building the circuit. So we were sitting in the shop, in the lab, the electronics lab, and this guy comes over with a clipboard and he's like, hey, yeah, we got that stuff that you requested left over. And he's like, all right. And he signs it, and then he looks at it, he's like, that's say 60 pounds? The guy's like, we found a little bit. And he's like, oh shit. It had been raining, so the clay soil was moist, and you could step into this crater enough that it was up to your, like, well, probably mid-thigh sized crater. I have pictures of it somewhere. I'll find them someday. Show them off. This one really bugs me, but I can't do anything about it unless I pull out the hot air gun. So I'm going to leave it alone, and I'm going to look up C6. Just wanted to say thank you for showing us this whole VCO build. You really demystified building PCBs for me. I thought it was black magic. Hey, well, there's a couple different methods, and we're doing just a purely hand building method right now. So I have a microscope, which helps just my old eyes see what I'm doing. You can get all kinds of different types of magnifiers to help you look closely at the board. And then the microscope is also so fancy because of broadcasting and the fact that I do this a lot. But if you're sitting down in order to make a PCB, there's a couple different methods that you can use, and one of them is you get a stencil for all the solder pads, and you just wipe across the stencil, and it'll leave a solder paste in its wake, and then you place all the components onto the board, and then you put it in an oven. And I actually do have an oven. Wexo was nice enough to send in this expensive soldering oven that we then hacked, but you can just put it in an oven and it'll solder everything all at once. We're doing a hand building method because I'm more comfortable with it, and I don't want to use that oven because it's probably covered in dog hair by now. But this is hand building a PCB, and what the method that you use here is, first of all, I lift the PCB up off the table. That allows me to put my wrist down like this and operate upwards. Putting your hand down, having positioning, putting an anchor down, stuff like that. It keeps your hands from shaking. It gives you a bunch of stability where you can actually maneuver components and stuff. Having the blunt end tweezers, and this is all preferential, by the way. A lot of people will have a lot of different opinions on this stuff. Having blunted end tweezers means that your parts won't be sent into low Earth orbit when the two jaws of the tweezer do this, right? If you have the really pointy tip tweezers, they'll do this. So you want to either get tweezers like this, or get like beauty tweezers. Those are high quality tweezers, so they'll be accurate and they'll be able to hold on to the components without sending them into orbit. Then you put solder down on one pad, slide your part into position, let the solder harden, and then solder the other pad. And you want to make sure, if you're using a view like I am, that the part is actually solidly down on top of the board. Now, there's going to be too much solder on a lot of the pads, but it's okay as long as it's making a connection. And then the things you look for are like little cracks in the joint, or not enough solder, or having like a bridge between pads. Yeah, you can use a hot plate, you can use an oven, you can use a skillet, but you can't use it for food. Don't use it for food. C6. It helps if you have a bill of materials. Part of this whole process is getting a bill of materials together. We didn't do that, so we have our napkin notes, and then we have our schematic for the actual PCB. The schematic for the PCB gives us our C's and our R's, right? And all of those are labeled on the actual circuit board design. So we look up the component values. It probably would be helpful if I put the component values into the schematic, but they're not necessary, because when you have a bill of materials, you can change the components by changing your bill of materials. I've seen designs like this where they put the values of the components on the circuit board markings, and that is a faux pas, because what if you can't source an exact value capacitor and you use a slightly different one? It's better to put notes in a spreadsheet than it is to have to like take a magic marker to your board and remark something. So you keep your C's and your R's here, and then in a bill of materials, you can order them by value, and you can have C12, C14 is this value. And then when you're building the board, you look up that bill of materials, you go C12 and 14 are this value, so I need 2 of this part. Take 2 of the part out, solder them both into place. That's a quicker way to do this. We're doing it a little bit more slapdash. We're doing it like looking from one side of the board to the other and just populating the components. All right, there's that talk on that. You guys can refer to this part of the video if you want my whole explanation about this kind of thing. This is part of the educational facet of this is why I have an educational copy of Autodesk, right? Right, Autodesk? Right? I didn't weasel my way into an educational... no, it's because I'm actually... Okay, anyway, moving on. Perfectly seasoned skillet with a PCB. It's actually, I have a hot plate, and maybe we'll do some hot plating later on. Not today, but later on. Because I can train the microscope on it, and then we can get that visual asthma of components arranging themselves into place when everything flows over. Yeah, I don't mean hydrocarbons. C for capacitor, R for resistor, L for inductor, and U for components, for micro chips. S for switch, J for jumper or plug. We were looking at C6, right? I got really distracted. C6, yeah, C6 run. There's 6. What is C6? C6 is... It helps to have multiple screens when doing this alone, because you can put your references and stuff up and across, and you can just look at every... Inductor is L because of... I think it's the... Because of Lecoil, right? Yeah, L... I think it's one of the measurements is L. 470p. .470, let's see here. Turn your tomes of capacitors to page 470 and blaze it. There's 470. I should put 420 in there just for the memes, because it wouldn't matter. Do I have 420? No, it skips to 560. 470 is all we got. See, you can do all the equations, right? You can do the Ligma, really? Is it Ligma? Does it stand for Ligma? Switches stand for Sugon. You can do all the equations out for the analog stuff, and you can get different values, right? You're never going to get exactly the value that's provided. Maybe you can request specialty values, right? But it doesn't matter. If you get it close enough with like capacitors, you're going to be within your specifications, right? So there are only certain values that are available. So 470, we need something in the order of 470. If I wasn't able to source a 470, I could put a larger or smaller one and it would only slightly affect the circuit. Now, theoretically, in like your simulations, it might be different, but love the SMD book. You have 5 of them. Yeah, it's a nice organized thing. The problem I have is with the original one that I bought, the 0805 one, they were not in order. Some of them were not the right values. I swear, the simulations for electrical engineering stuff are a programmer's practical joke against EEs, because those softwares just don't run right. I know they've come a long way since the early 2000s, but man, back in the day, you would hit run simulation and it would say, I have so many errors, I'm embarrassed for you, and you go, oh. And so you're like, okay, maybe I should look at some of the errors, but before I do, I'm gonna hit the simulate button again. It's like, okay, here's your simulation. You're like, what? wait, nothing changed. And the program's like, yeah, the position of your mouse changed. So we decided that we were able to run the simulation now. C8. Same thing, 470p. Now I need to get it out again. 470p. Get that out. Pop that little guy down on the board. Boink. Octane, is that, what does Octane do? I've heard the name before. Not just through like fuel, I've heard the program, I've heard of the program. Oh, C8, oh. I don't know all your weird references, your chemical stuff. I don't know chemical stuff. Oh, that's annoying. I just made a blob on the end of the iron. I may need to retin this iron if it's not holding on to solder properly. The iron has what's called tinning, and that's that tip that's shiny, and that is transferring heat down into the pad. And I want the pad to get to soldering temperature, not the iron. I'm not applying the solder to the iron. I'm applying it to the pad. The iron will hold on to a little bit of solder, but you want this to happen. You want it to just get on the pad, and there's rosin core. There's a couple little threads of rosin inside of the solder that will coat the metal and keep it from oxidizing. You can add flux. Rosin and flux are interchangeable words. You can add like tacky flux to the pad and to all the pads even if you feel like it. The flux is that the gloopy shit right here, right? That can get cleaned, and I use an acetone derivative that's orange flavored in order to clean it off, as long as you don't let acetone sit on the board, because there's a lot of plastics that can get eaten away by it. You let it, you put a little bit down, you let it dry, and it'll get rid of the flux. Yeah, the big blocks of rosin that they use for strings instruments. Just Google why inductors are marked with L. It's to honor Heinrich Lenz, who proposed Lenz's law. I see. So that expanded on the laws of induction, Faraday's laws. It was kind of crazy. At the end of my education, we went into magnetics, the actual like magnetic fluxes that exist inside of transformers, and it is comparable. There are structures that are comparable to magnetics for what LC and R circuits do for electronics, for actual electrical stuff. Because LCR, those are the circuits that will plague you as an electrical engineer. Those are LC and R circuits are everything, basically. Everything boils down to LCR. Everything derives from that. And an inductor simply stores magnetic energy. So the properties of inductors when you put voltage through them is that they cause voltage drops because they need energy in order to create a magnetic field. And then when you cut power to them, they will dissipate that magnetic field into electricity because you have a fixed coil in the presence of a changing magnetic field. So if you have a magnetic field and you have a coil and stuff changes, you incite either magnetics or electricity. And so when electricity is actually pumped back into the circuit, it will create a large negative spike. And that large negative spike can then be put into a capacitor. A capacitor stores charges, right? And so if you store those charges and you smooth out the spikes, which is what a capacitor does over time, you can actually make a higher voltage from a lower voltage because you're putting that lower voltage into a coil and then cutting it, and it pops up that voltage level. Yeah, that's a boost converter. It's one of my favorite little explanations. It still sounds like magic. It is kind of magic when you get into that stuff. C15. C15 would probably be over here. There's 16. There's 14. C15 is a 1 NF. That is a decoupling capacitor. What capacitors can do is actually protect your electronics from spikes in electricity. They can also smooth out signals, and they can also prevent a signal at time equals 0. When you turn on a circuit, all that electricity needs to go through a bunch of traces, and that can cause all kinds of weird reactions. At the very beginning of time, we're talking about femtoseconds. We're talking about a unit of time that is unfathomable to the human brain, but it is calculable to the human brain. And that means that when you initially turn on your circuit, there can be spikes, things can come up to voltage slowly. There's all kinds of nonsense that the circuit has to get through. And so the job of this capacitor at time equals 0 and just above is to protect your sensitive electronics from either getting spikes or from coming up to voltage unevenly. That can affect microcontrollers in a weird way. If you power stuff up from nothing, you can set off brownout circuits, you can have different parts working differently, and then stuff can happen. So it is good practice to put decoupling capacitors in front of your sensitive electronics, protect it against spikes, also gets it all up to voltage at the same time. The issue with the higher carbon, things that can solid at room temperature, somewhere around C17. That's crazy talk to me. I don't know what any of that means. Because there's so much carbon there that it doesn't like temperature? Alpha Phoenix had a good video about that. I'm sure there's a lot of extremely fascinating stuff to get on a video for that. Yeah. That's like high-level electrical engineering. That's crazy stuff. People call me smart. Like, I am standing amongst absolute titans who know the very, very minute details about electrical engineering. There's a lot of very fascinating physics going on. I want to build something that goes when I put a voltage into it. That's all I'm doing here. So the 1 NF capacitors, the decoupling capacitors, I have a bin that is chock full of them because they are used in goddamn everything. So we need to find them. I need to find my caps. I did myself the disservice of organizing all of my 0805 stuff into these bins, and it wasn't a good idea because the storage is not efficient. It's not efficient at all. These notebooks are much better. So 100 nanofarads or 1 microfarad is your common decoupling capacitor. Capacitors are a function of time. Time and, I guess, electrical storage mostly, but mostly the time component is what is being calculated here. The voltage part of the capacitor is just keep it above the voltage of the circuit, basically. 1 UF, 0.1 UF. I got a billion of these things. Heavier molecules vibrate with the same force. Oh, that's getting into that weird stuff about chemistry that I don't understand. I was never great at doing those equations, the chemical reaction equations. I didn't know how everybody just sort of like knew what to do with those. It didn't sit right with me. I'm gonna get a bunch of these because we need to put a bunch of these in the circuit. I see. So a small molecule will vibrate into a gas, and a large molecule will have less energy to vibrate and therefore is solid. And then in the middle of that is liquid. I could extrapolate from from a source of information. All right, let's find out where all the 0.1s are. There should be one associated with this circuit too, and I think that may be C16. Yeah, it is. So let's put C16 in, and then we'll do the other one. I think no, C16, wait, C16 is well, let me check. C15 is decoupling, so C16 probably would stand to reason. C15, C11, and C4. 15, 11, 4 is what we need to put in for decouplers. C9, I think, was a specific value. So 15 is over here. That's the one that I misplaced. And then 11 and 4 are the ones we're going to follow up with. We store C18 reagent. We use it in an oven. What? You just, wait, you just keep it in an oven? There is such a thing as a solder pool or a solder cup, and it is a device that is just exactly what's on the tin. It's a cup full of molten solder with a heater. And they're generally good if you're making a lot of like wiring harnesses, because you can just dip the wire in it and it'll tin the wire. But they are so dangerous. It is just the most dangerous thing because it is a cup filled with 600-degree solder. So you can imagine. Okay, so here's what's happening. I'm seeing I guess it did eventually solder, but what I was seeing was a rounded end on the component, which means that it wasn't soldering down to the pad because the pad was wicking all of its heat away. You can see how the heat is dissipating in the thermals. It's making a nice big hot area. That heat wicking away kept the solder from flowing. It still is keeping the solder from flowing down onto the pad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch it with a little tiny bit of flux, and that'll help it flow. That flux will coat it, it'll seal in the heat, and it'll help get that pad up to temperature. The alternative, if this doesn't work, is to get a larger tip on the iron, something that has more heat capacity so that I can get heat into the pad quicker and allow the pad to get up to soldering temperature where it will flow. I think that's flowed. I think it is. Let's look at the side. Oh, damn it. So that's another reason that it's doing this, is because it's actually standing up in the air. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the big tip. I'm going to put the big iron on my tip. Iron on my tip. And then I'm going to heat both of those pads at the same time. Jet fuels, kerosene, don't listen to the propaganda. And then your account suddenly goes dark. Whatever happened to old Uncle Johann? Well, some say the government got him. He tried to tell us that birds weren't real. So here again, I'm using hand techniques in order to stabilize. Jet fuel's on the verge of being candle wax and kerosene. Huh. Yeah, see that other pad just isn't cooperating? So the big soldering iron, I can put lots of heat into there and hopefully get it to flow down onto the pad. I don't really know if it is. All of these are going to fight me like this. Damn it, my hand moved too much. Hold on. I need to stabilize. Damn it! Son of a bitch. This is where, like having a preheater or having a hot pad to put the board on and get it close to soldering temperature. And then when you put the iron on, everything is pliable because there's already a lot of heat loaded up into the circuit. I think that is soldered though. I don't like it, but it is soldered. All right, C11, let's find C11. It's probably over here. C13, 14. Why don't I have a decoupling capacitor here? Oh, it's on the other side of the board. Okay, C11's on the other side of the board. We might as well do that so I don't forget about it. So I'm going to flip the board, open the vise up, flip. The alternative to a vise is taping your board down. You just tape it to the table. If you have Captain tape, you need to have a good tape. And Captain is a good tape. Kapton, K-A-P-T-O-N. Another interesting thing about liquids and solids is that the molecule's shape also has a lot of influence, which is why butter is solid but oil is liquid. A molecule that is tidy, in this case, is a straight chain and can be packed up tightly, while a molecule that is bendy and branchy, aka plastics, can't pack up so tight. So even with similar molecule weights, one is liquid, the other is solid. Huh. Guess that's where the MERS come in, and the polymers being so entangled. I guess I know a little bit of chemistry, not a ton, little tiny bit. Little tiny bit. I probably should have put this vertically, that would have made more sense here. instead of horizontally, as it were. These are particularly annoying because they are connected to ground. Butter and emulsion of ghee. Huh. We recently had to get some of that stuff, the whatever it is, the ghee butter or whatever. This is for an Indian dish. I recall it being tasty. All right, so that just left and then like solidified itself because it left the iron tip. All right, good enough. That's definitely soldered. All right, cool, cool, cool. No more up here. Now the big caps have to go in up here. So on the other side, we are looking for another decoupling capacitor. C9 is the one that's associated with the power thingy, the negative 10 volt source. So that one gets 470 nanofarad. It's a pretty big cap. Do I have a 470 nanofarad? Well, they have 100 nanofarad in there, and that's a 0.1 off. But I guess I decided to go with 470. Probably because Mutables uses it. And for this one, I could change the iron tip. I think there's still a point. Yeah, there's still one more 0.1. Hold on, let's put that aside for a minute. There's still one more 0.1, and that's the one with the voltage source. The voltage regulator has one on there, just to be nice. And that would be, which one is that? Hold on. That one is C4. So we need to put 100 nanofarad or 0.1 off into C4, and then we'll come back to C9. C4 is, there it is, it's right there, right by the voltage regulator. C4, they would they would scare the new guy by lighting, like heating up their coffee by lighting a brick of C4. It was so stable you could burn it. Oh yeah, I should probably flow this one over while I'm here with the big iron. That one immediately gave way. All right, so let's do another 0.1 off. Hopefully we can move on to some of the more interesting stuff to solder in a minute, once I get all this stuff in. What the hell is this doing? All right, come on. All right, I guess I want to get both pads at once just to make sure that this thing is sitting properly. Need to get some ghee to re-season my cast iron. All the oils from the supermarket are too crappy and smoky. I didn't know you could do that. I think we got rid of the ghee that we had. I should have primed our cast irons with it. Damn, that was a lost opportunity. Because yeah, we had that ghee was sitting in the fridge for a long time because we didn't cook anything else with it. Yeah, things tend to get thrown out here due to quote-unquote freshness, and I'm very against it, but I can only fight so many fights, Uncle. I can only fight so many fights. Like, the people that I live with follow the printed-on expiration date, which a particular example of that is sea salt that claims that it was created at the dawn of time, and it had an expiration date on it. Like, this salt keeps for thousands of years because it is literally a preservative, right? It's like the original preservative. and yet they're putting expiration dates on it because of EU regulations. And so everything here has an expiration date, every food item, and they're following it a little bit too closely, which really bugs me. Things get thrown out way before their expiration. C9, 470. The nitric acid has its expiration date. It's a madhouse. What's up, Cobber? Gimme capacitor. Wait, it gave me it. There it is. It's not the honey that expires, it's the plastic. Huh. Yeah, they found ancient Egyptian honey that was perfectly preserved because it was just honey. And honey is also a preservative. It's bees using their... Basically, bees are puking up the nectar from flowers and turning it into a syrup by removing water from it. Sugar's a preservative, huh? Proton decay. The half-life of what you're eating is... Okay, dog hair, get out of here. It doesn't melt ice, it changes the melting temperature of ice. With alcohols, you're actually changing the content into alcohol using a yeast, which is something that likes or produces the alcohol and creates an environment that it can't survive in. So you're choosing to put yeast in there and take over all of the energy from the sugars so that other bacteria and stuff can't get into it. And so it creates an environment that it can't survive in. And then hops, also some of the magical properties of hops is that the yeast is one of the few things that can survive in an environment with all the hops. Pyro-esp, that smells like burning hair in here for some reason. What up, Pyro? That was a 61-month streak. Holy shit. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Break your streak. Break yourself. Thank you. Yeah, and then there's bacteria that use the alcohol to make vinegar. Make a good gar. I didn't really know that a long time ago, and I tried to make vinegar by just taking a bunch of wine that was left over after a party and putting it in a bottle for like a year. And I tried it, and it was still just disgusting wine. That's dumb. Geez, this soldering is not going well. All right, so the next thing that I need to put in are the protection capacitors, and those aren't actually capacitors. They're similar, but they're ESD devices. Not much. We're having a chill stream. Chat is unusually talkative, which is very nice for me because it allows me to do my work, my evil deeds. I actually have 2 bottles of honey that I need to... Yeah, ESD is electrostatic discharge. These are specialty devices that will allow high voltages to flow through them instead of through your circuit. I think it's like a triac or something like that. But it's like ESD is an extremely high voltage that is charged up on basically your body. And when you hit a board with that, it'll take any path it can get to ground, which is why having a robust ground plane on your circuit is a very good idea, because then it almost immediately goes to ground. But when you hit a circuit with electrostatic discharge, it will permeate the whole board. And so everything gets hit by that. You just don't want the bulk of it to go through, for instance, an integrated circuit, because what happens is the die, DIE is in the dielectric, the actual chip itself, has bonded gold wires that are actually pressed down in order to create a cold weld. So they're pressed down, there's a little bulge in the wire, and that's where it connects to the silicon substrate, the dielectric. So the two things that are connected together The interface between them is what wears away when you blast it with static electricity. You blast it with static electricity, and some of that material goes away. And so it's a function of statistics, how many it can tolerate until your connection is broken and your chip is dead. Thyristor, yeah, that's, I think, what they are. Look at those thyristors on that thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Shunt amp. I'm looking for the ESD caps. I think they're towards the bottom of whatever I put them in. This thing was a scam. The gate driver, tiny little piece of electronics that is supposed. Look at how small this thing is. It's a little 4-pin thing. We actually did get to test them, but it didn't end up opening the circuit fast enough. Here's a finger for scale. No, it's not an optocoupler. What this is designed to do is kick off a transistor. It makes a much heavier, I guess, trigger so that your transistor can flip all the way quickly. That's a low-pass filter. I only have one of them. A single op amp. All right, let's actually find this part. Oh, there they are. There they are. TDK B72500D. Here, just for the sake of knowing what it is. I need a browser. How do I print a PDF? TDK B725 blah 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 blah. SMD disk Varistor? No, that's not the right thing. That ain't the right thing. A chip Varistor, there you go. How to open PDF. Yeah, the gate charge of a MOSFET for faster switching. Yeah, that's what it was supposed to do. And it was supposed to switch over the MOSFETs that I was putting in my H-bridge RC car motor controller. It was supposed to make it flip off better and flip off fully and allow full battery current to go to the motor, and it didn't. It wasn't working. I don't know why. And so that whole thing, I abandoned just the whole thing. I was just, you know what? No. It's obsolete. So it's a chip Varistor is what we're putting in, and it's to protect our 3-volt electronics, our sensitive 3-volt electronics, from static electricity. We had meatloaf last night, which means today I had a meatloaf sandwich, which means a lot of mayo. Not even a thyristor. I know, no thighs on that one, huh? That's a shame. That's a damn shame. Anyway, I had a meatloaf sandwich for lunch, so of course it's screwing up my stomach. You have to. I mean, you have to, right? It's soul food. You gotta make a meatloaf sandwich the next day. It's the best part. Mayo, food, lubricant. Yeah, that's, well, I mean, the American cheese. I know, so controversial. My European audience is grinding their teeth right now at the mention of American cheese. How dare they even call it cheese? It is cheese. It's just because a part of the process makes it not count for the FDA. So they're not allowed to call it cheese. It's still cheese. The thing about American cheese is not its quality. It's okay, soft cheese that is melty. American cheese is meat lubricant. That's its purpose. We're not putting it up on a high pedestal here, right? You put it on a Ritz cracker, tastes pretty good. I'm not guzzling wine while talking of the merits of American cheese. I'm at a food stand, guzzling fries. Look at me, I know what I'm talking about. My stomach gets in the shot before any other part of my body. Yeah, it's good in sauces, but mostly it is meat lubricant. All right, so here's all these ESD things. They're on any of the inputs. I probably could have put them on the outputs too if I was being really strict about it, but I just put them on the inputs for the audio signals. Probably should put it on any externally facing metal device. I don't know how people can tolerate Coke. It's so sugary. I don't know how people normally drink it. Like, it is, all my life, type 1 diabetes, I have to plan every single carbohydrate that goes into my body. Somehow I ended up being fat. But a bottle of Coke is 50 carbohydrates, which is an entire meal. It's ridiculous. It's not as sugary. Ah, I see. Why do they do this to us? I swear, fucking corn sugar is the downfall of the United States. That's why we're all so fat. That's why our cars also are breaking down. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big advocate of Diet Coke. I love the diet sodas. It's the only variety in liquids that I get. I'm drinking straight up water right now. I'm not a psycho, but I love my diet sodas. It's a way to get caffeine into your body, and you get a pleasant taste. There's not a lot of variety, and I think that's turned around in the past 10, 15 years, is that there is actually a lot more variety in diet sodas now. People are realizing how grotesquely sugary soda is. Where did that other one go? It vanished. It went somewhere, and it went towards me, I think, and it's just, oh no, there it is. It's right there. If you drink Diet Coke for a little while, you'll realize how disgusting sugared soda is. It's not for everybody, I guess. Some people love it. Some people like their sugar. It's like those Monster energy drinks. I guess sugar-free is the meme, the white sugar-free Monster for the boomer to drink. But I just don't see how people do all that sugar. You got to spend your sugar elsewhere. I actually put that really close. Buy pure caffeine powder. That's very dangerous. I mean, that's what no dose is. It doesn't work after a little while. And also, 1 5-hour energy is the limit. I've had drives home from festivals that were like that. It's like, well, time for my second 5-hour energy. And then you're like, oh no, this didn't work. I had to pull over and nap. Let me some fake sugar. So Splenda, isn't it a mixture of like bleach and something else? It's like 2 horrific chemicals that they mix, and then it becomes sweetener. Hydrate the caffeine. FDA actually made caffeine anhydrous illegal in 2018. Huh. Use 50-gram bags of pure caffeine from eBay. What the hell? What are you doing to yourself? You're like, I have to stimulate the production of, what is it? What is that stuff? Adrenaline. Yeah, you guys are another breed. You guys are crazy. Wait, I accidentally soldered the wrong pin. Oh no, it dropped a piece of solder on the wrong pin. That was weird. Chlorinated sucrose. There it is. Chlorine and sucrose. And it became exposed sucrose to chlorine, getting rid of the sugar content. Yeah, I know. I don't understand how people can afford all this. I used to get a Red Bull like every day when I had the medical device job. I would get a croissant and an energy drink in the morning on my way to work, which is not a good habit. That was not a good habit. We're looking for Schottky diodes. That's a dual Schottky. Schottky diodes. Oh, these are them. Okay. How many do I... Ooh, I gotta order some. Wait, I thought I did order some. Maybe they were the 4148s. Yeah. We're going to put in 1N 4148s because I got a ton of them. That's going to come with a slightly larger voltage drop than a Schottky diode. But we are putting 12 volts into... We're only using 10 volts. We have two 12-volt devices. And then we have the 3-volt device. So it's okay if the voltage drops significantly. 1N 4148. We just need to see if it can tolerate. There's no poison, only lethal limits. That's an opinion. That is an opinion. That's what that is. I can't keep up with chat right now. I will read in just a second. You guys have your own conversations, though. 100 volts peak reverse. Okay, perfect. 75 nominal. What's the voltage drop? Oh, it's single. Well. Let's see. Power dissipation. PTOT. PTOT. I feel like that's an insult. They're going full alt-right. They're like, bother. Actually, my name is Jesse, but we have to cook. That is my name. Then again, you guys shouldn't know any other details. You guys have gotten too many details out of me. 1 volt? Really? That's... Oh, no, that's the forward voltage. But what's the drop? Rectify efficiency, reverse recovery time. It's in those things that I'm just too dumb to find it. 1N4148 voltage drop. 0.72, so it's a little more than a typical diode, but not by much. 0.02 basically is more. So 0.7 volts, so we're going to get 11.32, 11.28 volts into our voltage regulator and into the circuit over here, which means we could tune the amplifier for that and make this extremely precise. That doesn't matter. That really doesn't matter. Airplane traffic and frog noises. Yeah, the we will not or he will not divide us thing is quite a story. I think Kira did a YouTube thing on it recently that was a pretty good collection. The other alternative to that would be the Internet Historian one that's a little bit too 4chan-y. Kira did a nice little breakdown of that, though. He got a bunch of information together about the he will not divide us kerfuffle with 4chan that what's his name had. Diodes have a direction. They have a forward and reverse direction. The reverse breakdown voltage for this thing is on the hundreds of volts, whereas the forward breakdown voltage is on the ones of volts. So we need to check what direction our diode is in. There should be a marking. This is upside down. Yeah, Shia LaBeouf. Wait, a what? He's a Catholic priest? What the hell? So these have direction, and it's not really very well marked. There's sort of a weird symbol that has like a triangle on it, and I think it's the triangle of the diode. So the opposite end of this stripe is where this thing resides, which means this, the negative 12 volts on the stripe, current is flowing this way, in the direction that it's flowing from left to right, or here it's flowing from right to left. And although Ben Franklin marked down the flow of electrons in the opposite direction, we still use it that way. We still do our pluses and our minuses that way. The what? No, 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 no. The marking is that symbol beneath. Oh, shit. Hold on. I should edit this part to have a better marking. Yeah, the gray bar. You can see the gray bar on one side. It's actually in line with the silkscreen marking. Almost looks like it's affecting it. But this symbol is stupid because it doesn't print in this small area very well. It's meant to be a bar on each side, like on the resistor. It's got two bars on the sides, and then there's a triangle to indicate the direction of the diode. But it's just not very well put together. Okay, so let's solder these things in. These are small parts, very, very small. I don't, did I use the 414? I think I used the 414/8 in the mutable instrument stuff. A Schottky diode has a much, much smaller voltage drop than these things, but we're okay with the voltage drop because we don't need all of the volts available in order to power this thing. Oh, I forgot to bolus for lunch. That's why I'm clicking. My my arm is clicking where I have the insulin pump. It is regulating my glucose level for me. Yeah, that's why I'm so thirsty. I'm so thirsty. All right, here we go. That is soldered in with a little bit too much solder. I bought this smaller solder so that I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't accidentally load up everything with a ton of solder. Where's the other one? There it is. I think it's very brave of some manufacturers of this type of equipment to not include reverse protection diodes, these things that I'm putting in right now. They're not expensive and they save your entire instrument from blowing up. Musicians are not the sharpest tools in the shed. I know this because I know a couple of musicians who use this stuff and they routinely drop things off for me to repair, which is sometimes interesting content, but it gets old. I get mad. I don't understand how they can regularly break stuff. I do need to get more into the music side of actually doing the modular synthesizer, because right now, with the equipment that I have, all I can do is pretty much make marching drums, bum, bum, bada-bum, bum, bada-dum, bum, bum, and it's like, this is getting old. And then I listen to these YouTube channels who have big modular synthesizers and they're making all of these beautiful sounds that I just can't fathom. Guitarists used to remove the ground pin on their amps because they thought it made the sound worse. This is how these people routinely electrocute themselves. That's why there's so many safeties on microphones. Drum machines very 90s. I don't know, it's very electronic music-y. We're doing the U's. Let's put the U's in there. So we need an MCP 6004, which is a 3-volt amp, and a TLO 7.2 in this one. The other one gets the TLO 7.4 because it's got one more knob that can be influenced by an op amp. Sorry, it's just slamming down some water. It's tap water. It tastes, I was going to say grape, but that's really not a word that I should use. It tastes like water with a little bit too much mineral in it. Our water here is actually pretty good because I've gotten a test done on it and it is brewable. Had to test that. Had to test that, make sure YouTube is working. There's nobody on YouTube. Actually, how many views do I have on YouTube? Is there one? Is it two? One concurrent view. Oh no, two concurrent viewers. There's one person watching over there. Well, thank you. Enough calcium? Oh, my bitrate isn't that good. On Monday, by the way, great news. Finally, they finally twisted our arm and said, hey, your TVs are going to stop working if you continue with that equipment. Our equipment is like 10 years old. I get 70, 70. I think it's 75, 75 is our internet rate. But we're changing our plan. We're finally going through with that. And so we're going to actually have good internet on Monday. Monday, I get my semi-monthly blood draw. So I will hopefully feel a lot better about life because I'll have less iron in my blood. And also, all of our internet stuff is getting upgraded. So that should be pretty cool. I don't know how they're going to plug in my router. They're probably going to do it wrong. Tangerine Dreams. Oh, man, that's good stuff. Let's find our op amps. Hey, I was playing some old school stuff from the early 2000s at the beginning of this stream. Stuff I used to listen to. Then I changed. Then I changed. For the better? I changed. All right, I'm gonna get some of the clutter out of here. Breaking in the malls, breaking on the streets. I forget what mix that was. Was it Sasha and Digweed? No. Who's the big DJ guy back then? MCP 6002. 2 being the number of op amps inside of this thing, and a TLO 72. I thought I put all my duals and quads together, but I guess I didn't. Dual. Oh, there it is. That's too small. They try to save space by using the alternative packaging, and all it does is stress out the person building the circuit. TLO72. There we go. Oh my god, I've got a lot of them. I ordered them by the bushel. I got a pack of 50. I figured they'd be kind of useful as we build more synthesizer stuff. They're also hand workable. I can build circuits with these fairly easily. Here's one problem that I have with the parts that I used. I need to actually put markings for pin 1 on these things. There is no pin 1 marking on this. Usually you have like a symbol on the silk screen or a dot. Anything really would help. So I need to go back to the design and actually look at which one is pin 1. See, this has a bar here. I don't like the bar here right now. You guys aren't looking. This has like a bar, and then this pad did not print down. So I should probably go in and edit this and give it just a little box inside of here, and then put like a little U shape on the one side, because that typically is the pin 1 marking. There's pin 1, and these are both in the same direction. You want to keep that uniform in your designs when you can. I mean, there's always a corner case. Better internet and less iron. Yeah, it's a whole vibe. What's up, Q? That'll get the programmers really, really pissed off, is if you index it on 2. Now, which one is this, the TLO74, and which one is the MCP? Where is this? MCP 6002 is the top one. When amps started getting switched over to NEMA 515s, they were cutting off the ground to convert it to a crude 115 plug for reasons such as the claim of it dirtying the noise. So you're talking about like earth ground and not the neutral pin. So they technically still did get a ground through that other pin, but they didn't have a safer ground path. Which is madness. It's total madness. The lack of understanding of electrical stuff. Those crooked parts are really bugging me, and we need to move on before they make me do something. So we do an anchor pin. Anchor. And then we pull the component over and slide it into place. Slide that component into place. Ah! Okay, that one fully inverted on me. I have an itch. I no longer have an itch. When I get into like manufacturing these, I may try out the suction tool for placing components. I've never had great results with those, but I did use a manual pick and place once that was pretty fun. It had like one of those Venturi vacuum lines that would, hold on a sec. I need to not breathe while I'm doing that. A little Venturi vacuum line that would power the suction cup head. And then you had a little handle with a twisty on it. Try to make one of those. We probably could 3D print one. I have the motion rails. Everything is crooked. There we go. Now you can do drag soldering with this. You can load this up with flux and then put a bunch of solder on your iron tip and just go through the pins and just drag across them. And surface tension will make sure that enough solder is left behind. But this stuff is big enough that I can just do it by hand, so I typically do these by hand. Iron on? Yeah, it is. Sometimes you need this, just a little blob of solder on there in order to get things started. Where's pin 0? It's the pad underneath. I can't get in there because my solder keeps bending upwards. Okay, there we go. Now it's bent straight down. Oh, damn it, come on. Go. Breaking in the malls, breaking on the streets. Old stuff, stuck in head. I want to be able to make pleasing music-like noises with my synthesizer, so I can use them on the intros and don't have to mute everything. This one has a dot to denote pin 1. Okay, get a little bit shutter on there. I do need to get more direct downward lighting for the microscope. I have something, but it doesn't fit around the lens. It's a ring light. I put it on the mill. I don't know to what end. The mill needs to get rebuilt. That one's on the project list. That'll get done eventually. Rebuild the mill, get all the rust off of it, polish up all the right surfaces, put it back together and actually tune it because it was never tuned. Apparently, it can get a lot better than what it is right now because all the slides need to be properly tightened so that they're not off. If you push on the side, like one of the edges of the table, it'll show on the DRO. And then we need to fix the X-axis DRO. That thing is worn down apparently. How many ground planes? Well, you can have a digital and an analog ground plane, and then you should connect them, but only with a small trace. I've seen multiple ground planes before. It's a little baffling. It's usually in like test equipment that you would do something like that crazy. We're happily in the digital realm, so we don't need that. We don't need those shenanigans. Technically, what I would do pretty much after I'm done soldering this would be to toss this thing in the oven for a cycle, and that way all of the soldering would even itself out and look pretty. But this is a test circuit and I want to keep moving, so this is our number 1. I should have actually made a little silkscreen box where I could note which, like a serial number on the machine. I could mark this one as 0. Okay, how are we doing? Did we get everything on here? All the surface mount components, I believe, are now populated. Everybody's got a component, right? Yeah, we're good. Okay, cool. So now we can move on to some slightly larger soldering and do the stuff that goes on the other side. Oh no, we got to do surface mount still. We still have to do surface mount, and these types of capacitors, very annoying. These are very annoying because they don't leave you a lot of room for the soldering. Basically, the pad only sticks out a tiny bit over the edge. So let's get the capacitor kit and find the ones that I need here. And these, except for the one that's doing the DC cut, we can use just about any value. So that would be over here. Actually, we don't even need to reference this. We can look at the circuit here to figure out what values we're using. Where's the power supply? 22 microfarads. 22 UF. 2.2, 22. We need 222. 222. 2222. This and this. Ah, convo died. We had it going good there for a little while with people talking. I don't know how other streamers handle thousands of people talking. Actually, you know what? It's better if you have a ton of people talking, because then you can ignore them and concentrate on what you're supposed to be concentrating on. Now, 2 and 3, right? Let's just double check that. Oh, 2 and 3 are those. C1 and C2 and C3 are probably all 20s. I don't think I marked down what values I was going to do for that. Yeah, it doesn't matter that much what we choose. Oh, here's one. Oh, those are 47. Oh, so actually C3 is the only 22. Again, not that it matters that much. Ignore chat, gain more viewers. Well, it would be nice if I actually did gain more viewers. 1 and 2 are 47, C3 is 22. So let's put 22 in there, and I'll put the other one away. I'm just not popular. I tried doing the YouTube thing. But I ain't cool enough for it. Damn it. Okay, hold on. These are just so frustrating to solder. I may opt to use hot air on this. I need flux, I think. Would you mod a kids chat room with over 8,000 kids on? Jeez. That'd be horrible. I'm not even good at moderating my own chat. I take it like Roboz went live or something. Double check. Oh no, I don't have a window that I can check. You work with the stuff that they stole? That's funny. And the barrel of methylamine. Like, I know that. Wait a minute. Looks behind, has barrel of methylamine. Gets ideas. Please solder in. I hate these things so much. I need to find a better technique for soldering them in. Because see, now this is like partially locked down, but you can see by how it tilts that it's not fully soldered in. The alternative way to do this would be to use hot air. I don't want to stoop to that. And I need this to, it's basically just even with the pads that it sits on. Absolute piss. And it's sitting on a ground plane. I gotta do hot air. Damn it! I don't want it to come to this. So it's come to this. Oh, there goes my dog, barking at stuff again. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. How am I gonna do the other pad? I guess maybe just concentrate on the one right now. So, hot air, you just circle things. Get the board up to temperature. I see. Yeah, you had to sign away for it. I had a friend of mine that was working in research for space stuff, and he had to sign off on a laser, and the stuff he had to sign was that not only will this laser kill you, there will be nothing left. It was some kind of a like extremely high power, highly focused laser thing that was like, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars, but apparently it was so super serious that it would super kill you. Not just like normal kill, like super kill. Let's keep heating the board up a little bit. You can get in there a little. Start to really force the issue. I'm going to back out a little bit. I don't want to melt anything. Light amplification of simulated radiation. Come on, bud. Just trying to get a bunch of heat in. Yeah. Actually, I think this one is larger than what I had planned on, because I'm not seeing that other pad under there. I can try to solder it, add a bunch of solder to it. Actually, maybe I can do this and hit it with hot air and the solder at the same time. Nope. Nope. Come on, wick in. Do it. I dare you. No, it's not really working. I hate these things so much. These types of capacitors. They're so annoying. Oh, there it goes. Looks like surface tension just grabbed it. You saw it move without me. It's an evil spirit. Yeah, this is too big. This 220. Probably should have gone with a lower value. Let's try to find ones that are sized properly. So the decoupling for the plus minus 12 volts, or rather just the smoothing of the plus minus 12 volts. What other circuits have called on is 47, but the 47s I have are huge. So I'm gonna put 10s in there. Which are more sized correctly. It'll be easier for me to solder in. 220, this is a lot of capacitance to put on the rest of the circuit. And then the filter is 10. Oh, so I need 3 of these things. These will be easier to solder in anyway. It's 10 UF. Yep. I'm gonna run out of them. That's not good. Maybe I can put in 4.7s instead. These are just big, nasty capacitors. I don't particularly like them. Terrible. Terrible. Zoomer speak going on in chat. Horrible. turned into gas. This is the state change machine. Currently, you're mostly a liquid, but things can change. Now it's soldering super easily because it's so hot. Yeah. Bring it on back down. I thought I checked to see what size of capacitors I had. I guess maybe I forgot to check. Because these should have been directly... Oh, jeez. Christ. These should have been directly planned out as per the size of everything. I thought I was careful about that, but I was wrong. I despise this form factor for capacitors. I despise it. Ooh, it hurts. Ooh, that hurts. Am I the Rizzler? Is that what I am? At least I'm not from Ohio. Uda Oo is, you guys saw when he was in here. He's like, these kids are constantly talking about Ohio. I hate it. And they're Gen Z speak. We, of course, had our own stupid speak when we were kids, so it all evens out. Everybody's acting so elitist about that stuff. I guess I'm going to hit them all with hot air. I guess I just have to do that. Otherwise, they just don't solder in. I'm a smegma? What are you talking about? That Sigma grind set. Oh, I feel bad for just saying that. Yeah. He should have been through hole. He should have been through hole. The longest standing slang has been cool. Cool has well overlasted its stay and is going nowhere. What's the syringe? It's tacky flux. You can buy a Luer lock, L-U-E-R-L-O-C-K. Luer lock is a system of having multiple different types of tips on syringes. And so tacky flux comes in a syringe, and then you can buy a blunted Luer lock tip. I have a whole container full of a bunch. Cool is not slang. Whatever. I'm starting to get irritated at chat's particular flavor of weird. Being pilled is from the Matrix, yes. Yeah, much against like everything that the Matrix was about and what the Wachowskis are about. That stuff has gotten a little bit too adopted. Ooh, that board is hot. I can't touch it. All right, so I preloaded these with solder, which means this part is sitting in a weird angle, but I'm going to get it as positioned as I can, which it's twisting on me. Don't get it twisted. I think it was originally adopted by flat earthers too. It's a weird part. Or maybe they just included it in their videos. All right, heat it up, heat it up, heat it up. People who use pill are not media literate. Well, yeah, because they're using it in an exact, like, boy, oh boy. I had a pill before the Matrix. What? I guess a jagged pill. I'm heating up the area first, and then I go in and focus the heat and get the solder to flow. So let's move down a little bit and start going. Actually, that's too far away. I don't want to blow the part out of position, which can happen. And what we're looking for is for the part to suddenly shift. You're ready for it. Here it comes. Yoink. There it goes. See that? It just settles right in because surface tension on both of the pins will cause it to shift into position. The solder has a lot of surface tension when it wicks onto something. Okay, now for number 3. It's all the way down here. Now, I guess I want to move this in, but the board's a little toasty right now, so maybe we'll just leave that alone, and I will go and add solder to the pads again. This is not the typical method of doing this, but it works. You can hand solder these capacitors. I could probably make... Sorry, that was a very acidic burp that I just did. You can hot air stations are getting cheaper now, so it's not really all that functional for me to say like you don't need a hot air station, because you can get one very easily. You can get one for very cheap, and it does make a lot of these different procedures way easier than they used to be. What I could have done is extended these pads out a little bit. That would have helped me solder it better. I'm actually looking directly at my monitor, and the reasoning behind that is, first of all, because I'm broadcasting, so I need to know exactly what I'm broadcasting. Also, it keeps my back straight. I'm sitting here on a stool from the 1960s. Not that I don't clean up poop, it's an actual stool. And my back is erect, extremely erect. And so I don't have back problems as an old man. But yeah, I'm looking up at a monitor that is exactly what you guys are seeing. Yeah, hunching over equipment like this causes all kinds of problems. Oops, bonk. Just normal erect. Boner pilled. Get it close, then start with the hot air. Yeah, an office supply company that's closing down, or an office that closes down, they have to liquidate their assets. They sell those chairs pennies for the dollar, and it's good to get the ergonomic ones. Basically where I got my chair. Mine's a Steelcase. Steelcase is a pretty awesome company. They make some nice stuff. I wish my back was that erect. Close this porno. Size. So you don't need hot air to solder these. You can get around it. I mean, I could have freaking just put a through hole one of these down. It would have been a little bit more difficult to get traces around the board, but or you can go the hot air method, which works decently well, as evidenced right now by this part shifting into place. Shifting into place. There it goes. I do kind of want to bop it on the head and make sure that it's down against the board, but I think this is good enough. Steelcase gives huge discounts to employees of big customers. But I'm not a big customer or employee. I just need the chair so that my back doesn't explode. Amazon had them on like super duper sale, so I managed to get one for a couple $100, but it is my back. I don't want my back to explode. Rabaz actually just bought the same exact chair. I hope he's happy with it. His previous chair was an IKEA something or other. It's like there used to be at least 2 tiers of chair. There was the like office supply store cheapo crapo chair that you would repair with duct tape that was only like $100, and it would last forever sometimes, or it would explode in a month. Or you could do the couple hundred of a dollar chair that has some designer's name attached to it, and there was no in between. And suddenly the in between became failed racing chair company chairs. Like, hey, we're gonna make these seats for cars, make a car seat. And then the automotive industry was like, no, like that's a really bad idea. It's not safe. That's legitimately unsafe. And they're like, all right, fine. Let's put some casters on it and call it an office chair. And we'll market it to gamers, because that's a very smart demographic. And gamers ate that shit like hotcakes. They loved their failed racing chair company chairs. The $100 cheapo chairs have moved to gamer chairs. They're sort of on the ow, that was hot down there. They're sort of on a little bit on like a mid tier between the cheapo office chair and the nice actual ergonomic chair. But you should get a nice actual ergonomic chair. Do your back the favor of having an actual chair. Yeah, because racing chairs are not designed to, well, I mean, they are designed to keep your spine. They're basically designed to keep you in the seat when you're turning and hold you against the seat belt. They're not designed for ergonomics while you sit and use a computer, in spite of what they want you to think. You gotta take care of your body. All right, so we got all those components in, and now we're on to the big through-hole things. So I guess I should solder. Well, if I solder this in, it's going to make it harder to solder the other stuff. So let's get to these goobers right here, these potentiometers. And it doesn't matter what value the potentiometer is, as long as it's large enough to not suck all the current out of your circuit. So these are a 10 and 100K. They can be different kilo ohm values, because all they're doing is placing a voltage on a pin. There's hair everywhere. It's just dog life at this point. Yeah. Shrimp position, huh? I'm shrimping. Shrimping, simping. I gotta get solder off of these. This one is the... Oh, is this 1K? That might not be good. Oh, no, it's 100 kilo ohms. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Oh, wait, what's this one? What are you? What's this one? 10K. All right, sweet. We got 10Ks. What's this one? Oh, it's another 10K. Hey, look at that. So there's 100 and a 10. I need one more if we're going to do the other one. How do gamers fall for racing chairs? Most of them are FPS players, not sim racers. I told you, they're one of the smartest demographics to exist. And then PewDiePie leaned back in his chair, and thousands of gamers' backs died by purchasing these stupid chairs. They're a horrible thing. You take care of yourself. Gamers, in particular, you guys are in your chairs all the time. Take care of your goddamn backs, please. So sick of hearing people talking about their back problems. Oh, did you think that I'm taking this stance altruistically? No. I don't want to listen to people fucking complain about their backs all the time. That's where I'm coming from. Why do you not plug in? Is it because I'm an asshole? Yes, it is. There we go. Those two are in. Before I solder these, I want to get them in alignment. So I'll also want to grab these two switches. What millennial doesn't complain about back issues? This one right here. I don't got back issues. Millennials just want to sound like they're older than they are, because we've been given a raw deal in life. Lifting fixed all my issues. True, 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 true. People are like, man, I wish I was better at, like, for instance, I wish I was more accurate shooting guns. Well, that's down to muscles. I wish I could snap my fingers better. Well, work out. Working out fixes goddamn everything. Yeah, Pyro's rock climbing. His back is fine. His back is fine. Yeah, let's put these in too. I'm putting in all the panel stuff, and then I'll put the panel on, and then I'll use that to have aligned things. Wait till you're my age, then you'll know about bad backs. Heed my word, youngins. Please. If you're sitting and doing computer work all day, get a nice chair, move around. And then you can lord your good back over people who complain about bad backs. You can lord it over them. You can hold it over their head. Proud. Go. And the other switch. See, now all this stuff kind of like wants to be out of alignment. It kind of just is like facing every which way. So I put a panel on it, and that stabilizes everybody. I could do the LED now, but I guess I'll do the LED next once we get all this stuff on there. Seems like that's a little crooked. Oh, because of the holes for the... Hold on a minute. These should fit on natively. I can snap off the holes. Did I print this with support? No, I stopped the print and then printed it without. It's just this opening on the bottom isn't large enough. Need to get into lifting. I'm a cyclist and the weakest arms possible. Yeah, I need to get back to the gym. I need to get back to the gym. I've become a little doughy. More than a little doughy. I'm a big doughy. Looks like the switches are a little taller than I had anticipated. So it's a little uneven. Yeah, they're just a tiny bit taller. If I really wanted to rectify that, I guess I could clip off the tabs in between the pins on it. Here. It's a little bit tall, but I don't think that's a game changer. I don't think that's going to stop me. I could also put like an initial nut on everything and move the panel up, but I don't really want to do that either. Okay, we'll just solder it in like this. Goal's over 150 kilograms, but I have not ever lifted. Huh. How does that work? All right, so all that stuff in alignment. Now it's time to just load this stuff up with solder. So I'm going to put on the big tip here because we've got big pads for everything. And I want to get the heat in quick. All the anchors and stuff to do. Big solder. Actually, for this, I'm gonna get out the big solder. This stuff will go a little easier. Oh, I saw an accident on the horizontal squat. Ugh. The leg lift. Guy loaded it up with weight and then started powerlifting with it. And one of his legs inverted at the knee. What a great time that must be. Oh yeah, I had to close it. It was nasty. Just straight up nasty. That's really shaky. All right, there we go. All right, solder in the components. Visual Asthma soldering stream. Doctor's like, yeah, that leg, it's not going to leg very much anymore. It can't happen while loading. Yeah, I think what happened was he was lifting so quickly that it went well beyond where he should be flexing. You're not supposed to lift on those machines that fast. And so his leg overextended, and then it had the opportunity to not go back the same way that it came in. It took a different path. It marched to the beat of a different drum. Right, now the switches. I'm glad these fit. I measured this like 500 times because I didn't want to get it wrong. Yeah, it's pretty gnarly. So much heat, so much solder. I've marked these so that when I come back later and I have to like program for them, I know what pins they go to. And then you. I felt something shift. What was that? You guys all in place? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Now, I have a fan at my back. If you're doing soldering like this, turn on a fan, open a window, because these fumes are not safe. Not good to be around. We always get these little safety guys that come in and want to get in my face about safety and soldering. Start an OnlyFans, and then use those fans to blow away the solder smoke. The flux smoke, actually. All right, that's those through-hole things. The button. I need to get a button. The rosin smells nice. It's not good to breathe in. Lead makes things sweet. Buttons. These come in kits, and then I end up using all of the super long ones for my projects, and then I don't have any super long ones in the kit anymore. I should probably just buy a bunch of these. What direction does this thing go in? I guess there's a short side and a long side, huh? It's not quite square, it's a little bit rectangular. So that hopefully sticks out through the panel. What am I doing? Yeah, that kind of barely works, but it does work. Probably should have put the LED over the switch. Oh well. Oh well, so much for that. All right, and then, well, let me get this one in first, and then I'll get the LED. Oh, I can't put that in there anymore. Switches are too long. Huh, okay. Well, like this, there we go. And then, where's the switch? It's right there. Looks pretty flat. With this length of actuator, it's hard to keep them in alignment. Modular synthesizers are like a standard thing. Yeah, you could just Google it and you'll get a good answer. It's not like this isn't unique to me. The modular synthesizer is a common thing. It just means that instead of a synthesizer that you play notes on and make funky sounds with, it is a bunch of different sort of building blocks of what makes up a synthesizer. And you get to experiment with changing up the formula and doing things any way you want, basically, to make sounds. because synthesizers have many common parts. All right, this is going to be kind of tough to solder. I think I need to switch to the smaller tip for this. And then we do the microcontroller, and then we get to test it. Oh yeah, we're doing, wait, no, I need to do the LED. What color LED should I put in this thing? Where's my kit of LEDs? I got it in here somewhere. It's in here somewhere. Blue is just too common. Blue used to be the color of the future. Was that a Veritasium video? Veritasium, I think, did a video on the inventor of the LED, the blue LED, which was groundbreaking. In honor of Nakamura, use a blue LED? I don't think so. Orange would be my normal color of LED. I'm going to use red. We'll just make it a red light. Red's too boring, though. The blue LED guy is still alive. Well, yeah, but I mean, that video was really cool, so... So we have to do it in honor of him. Orange would be kind of dumb. Blue would be kind of contrasty. Green and red are too common. Yellow is kind of boring. Fine, I'll use blue. I'll use blue. I guess yellow would make it kind of unique. Maybe for the yellow PCB, but we've got a red front on this one. Although I'll probably change it to gray when I put it in my actual synthesizer. I'll save the red for Julian. One that cycles through all colors. No. No. An RGB LED would have been good, but I only have one pin to work with. I don't have any RGB LEDs that come in this particular flavor of casing, the 3mm thingy. Now, there's two components. What you're looking for with the LED is the toilet bowl. This little toilet bowl right here is where the chip is that produces the light. I don't know why they made it toilet bowl shaped, but I guess that works. But the toilet bowl is typically ground. Ground also has a short, flattened base, and then it also has a shorter lead. But this isn't really, this is more for like putting it into the holes. I don't really follow this because a lot of my LEDs have been tortured and the leads have been clipped. So you either go by the flat spot or by the toilet bowl. It's very rare that the toilet bowl rule is violated. They don't typically violate the toilet bowl, but the toilet bowl is ground. So the ground pin goes there. And I know that this pin goes directly to ground, and this one goes up and over to the pin that it comes from. And so what I'm going to do is put the panel on and then put the LED into the panel, and that'll give me the proper height for the LED. And I'll solder it just like that. Violating the toilet bowl is not unique to LEDs, but I'm proud of you. Come on, let's go, buddy. Yep. RGBW toilet. They have those lights you can put in toilets so that your toilet bowl can like glow red. I don't know about those. All right, so the next thing we put in is the microcontroller. Oh, I need to clip these leads too. Flush cutters, flush cutters, flush cutters. Flush cutters, flush cutters. Go. Yeah. Power plug. Flush cutters, flush cutters. Where did the power socket go? Where did it go? There it is. So for this one, I'm going to hold it with my hand and just get solder in the one pin. Actually, what I'll do is I'll solder it down on the table like this, which will inevitably make it crooked, but I'll come back with my hand and reposition the pin. So that's soldering one pin, and the socket is a little bit crooked. So I'll put my hand on the opposite side, press in, and heat the pad, and then it clicks into place, and now it's anchored at a right angle, and everything's happy. Probably need the alternative tip. Need a smaller tip for this. I've never programmed the RP2040. What do I need in order to do that? I guess we'll see what Hagiwo wants us to do. Yeah, I sprung on the Nipex because my previous dikes, flush cutters, whatever you want to call them, like exploded. So I use them enough that I decided that I needed a nice one. And Nipex, though almost $40, it's so nice that I'm not going to use it on anything but what it's supposed to cut. That's how you ruin the flush cutters, is you use them on other stuff, and then they get nicked. The cutting edge gets dulled in spots, which is what I had. Now I've got a nice one, and it has to last me forever. It's not allowed to break. It's only on plastic and soft metals. Now what I should do is actually plug a plug into the plug, and that will ensure that nothing moves when I solder it. But if I go quickly enough on these, I can get away with not plugging something in. There we go. They never, yeah, they always meet kind of a, they're like hamsters. They never die a normal, like, death. They always have to go out dramatically. Flush cutters, that is. And hamsters. Same method for this. Place it on something. Oh, okay. Place it on something, solder one pin, and then put a finger on it, press in, and solder the rest. Easy peasy. Boy, my insulin pump is desperately giving me boluses. I gotta check my glucose level in a minute here. See how uneven that is? It's horrible. But everything is placed correctly so that the through holes will go through the through holes. So I put a finger on the other side, and then I heat up the one pin, and I press in, and there we go. Now we are flush with the board, and it's not really going anywhere anytime soon. So now I can solder the rest of the pins in a comfortable position, or an uncomfortable position. It doesn't matter. Although, like in welding, with soldering, you should be comfortable. Especially because I've been sitting for over an hour. I gotta move my legs. What happened? Why did that stick to this? I guess the rosin was liquid, and then the solder end touched up here, and it like attached itself. If you cut a wire with something metal, it shorts through the metal item. I mean, that's like the most basic thing to say, but I guess it garners saying, because the amount of videos on the internet that I've seen of people blowing stuff up by cutting a wire that's live, it's too high for my liking. You get in this vise, don't move. As one of the most basic people, I appreciate the basicness. Wait, is this LED in a weird... No, it's a weird... Everything's at a weird angle. Everything's at a weird angle. So this is where we power it up, and I end up blowing up the microcontroller because I accidentally flipped it over and didn't realize that I had inverted it. Actually, I think I got the part from... from Seed Studio itself. I think that's where the part came from, so I don't think I can get it wrong. I don't think I can get it wrong. Never, not even once. And that is a voltage controlled oscillator. Although I have no idea how I'm supposed to program this thing, but we got all the parts in. Looky at us. We're so smart and cool. There's a couple LEDs on the RP2040, but I added the external one just as an indicator. You probably want something to verify that you've gone into a different mode with the button. 2 switches. We got an input, a CV input, and an output. I guess they're 2 CV. Well, one's a 1 volt per octave input. The other is a control voltage. It's basically the same thing. And then we have an audio output, and it's a voltage controlled oscillator. If we get the RP2040 to work its magic even harder, it's possible that I could put audio into here and filter something on the output. I'm not sure what the RP2040 is fully capable of. This is removable in case you accidentally blow up your microcontroller, or if you want to program it without weird things happening on the output. I put it on a pin header, so that's neat. Now it's down to actually testing and programming it. So the first thing first, we should program this. It's a pretty neat job. It's not a totally neat job. There's still some weirdness in the components. They're just a little bit off because they're hand soldered, and we won't really get over that. Yeah, we got to keep that blue smoke in there. It's what makes the whole circuit function. There we go. Look at you, you little voltage controlled bastard. It's beautiful. Get a little closer. There we go. So this is, because I was trying out all the different colors at Seed Studio, this is a black PCB. I don't like black PCBs. I'm not edgy and cool enough to put a black PCB into service. The reason I don't like it is there's no contrast between the substrate and the copper. You need that contrast when you're troubleshooting stuff. It really helps out. I'm not trying to hide this PCB anywhere, and yeah, it's like just one of those things. But I had to try the color out. I tried yellow out, and I thought yellow was terrible, but it turns out yellow, it has a beautiful contrast between the FR4 board and the copper substrate. Dehydrated cat urine orange. Oh, don't remind me of that Wacom tablet. I got sent a Wacom tablet, and it was the cat had used it as a bathroom for a little while, and then I left it in the sun in order to dry out the piss. That was a bad idea. That shit was reeky. The one I'm holding is yellow, yeah, from Seed Studio. The different producers can vary on the whatever they're using to do the solder mask. It has an orange look. It's probably the lighting in here, mostly. Neato gazebo. Let's give this Hagiwo joint a try. Back up a little bit. Okay, so let me put stuff away, make a little bit of room for me. Gotik PCB. Wait, you've made that joke before. I remember that from somewhere, and I had to have Gotik explained to me, and I don't remember what it was. Because I have no short-term or long-term memory. I don't function. I don't have pronouns. Please don't refer to me. I am nothing. I do not exist. Where are... I thought there was one more. I guess not. Okay, let's put the solder away. Fishy. What a pleasant entity. You'll cease to exist. That's pretty much all I do right now. Oh, it's Mimi? Gothic is more, or maybe what you're trying to say. Gothic is not necessarily goth girls. Unless the Gotik is actually a meme, I don't know. I don't know nothing about nothing. Visigoth PC. It's the Visigoths. I'm getting water. Whew. That was a session there. I kind of wish we could have gotten to that yesterday, but you know, extenuating circumstances. Yeah, the Romans are seething. They can't stand it. All right, so we're gonna code this RP2040. I've never done this before. Oh, I need a USB-C cable. I've got one over here. We'll use the super long one, I guess. We'll see if the RP2040 can tolerate my programming setup through all this cable. I can't hold all this cable. Oh, and I was gonna check what my glucose levels were doing. I could put that up on the screen. Dear God. Now, 228's not great, and it looks like I'm hovering at 228. That means that I need to get in here and become aggressive. Note that they're exactly the same. So let's come in here, and it says I'm missing 1 gram of carb. So it thinks it's given me enough carbohydrates, but I'm going to say, hey, you give me 6 units of insulin right the fuck now, because I have heartburn because of the glucose level, and mostly because of all the fucking mayonnaise in my, my stomach right now. Is that 102% battery? Or is that the size of the database? Wait a second. Probably need to like dump some old stuff. Okay, hold on. I'm getting cables out of the way. Is that database overflow? Do I need to go in and clean it out? I thought maybe that number might be based on something else though. Because it's being stored on Heroku, so it's possible that I need to lower the amount, or Heroku will just charge me more. And my last invoice was only for $5, so. Oh, I need to turn it off over here. Actually, I could probably click on it. It'll tell me what it is. So let me open it up in a browser window. Data size. 500 out of 400 megabytes, huh? How do I lower the amount of data? I don't know if that means I need to go into my Heroku app or what. I wonder if I got an email about this. I'll have to throw out like, well, no, but Cluck J, I'll have to ask him about it. He'll know what to do because he stores all of his stuff. Like everything going all the way back. Okay, Hagiwo, $9 cord VCO. We're actually looking at the regular old VCO. So cord VCO version 2. Ah, what does version 2 have? Looks like the same stuff. VCO with seed xiao, wavefold, and FM AM. He's been hard at work. This was released, oh, this is a year ago. Okay. The display module, that seems like a pretty cool one to have. Look at that. I should build one of these too. 100% internet was not enough. No, I require more. How do I code it? How do I build it? So he builds them on perf board because he's a maniac. Yeah, the display, that's pretty cool. It's using one of those cheap little displays. Okay, so his source is from a Pi Pico project. Here's the working document. It's all in Japanese, but then Google sweeps in and translates it for us. So now it looks like it's in English. Production cost. Seed RP2040, same as the Pi Pico. Seed wiki, precautions for installing seed xiao. xiao RP2040 can be developed with the Arduino IDE. There are also caveats. When I installed the board manager using the software setup procedure on the official wiki, writing failed in my environment. I introduced the board manager by Adafruit. I was able to write successfully. So the RP2040, do we, how recent is my Arduino? They're fun to play with, yeah. Distance stuff. I spent, I think, $100 on distance sensors, and we did that social distancing during the pandemic project. So Arduino AVR, AVR Mega, Tiny Micro, Tiny Core, Digiamp, ESP8266, and Teensy Duino. So we need to open up the board manager, and we need to look for, oh, hold on, it's updating. Which one is MGR? Xiao? Oh, Metal Gear Rising, yeah. Yes, it is very memey. Depreciated. Embed. Embed. So I guess I have to get it from somewhere else, huh? And it might be that I haven't updated my IDE too. That this is the reason that I don't have it available here. So RP2040 Arduino. I don't want to use Adafruit. I don't like how they structure their stuff. Raspberry Pi Pico Arduino core for RP2040 boards is a port. The RP2040 Raspberry Pi Pico processor, the Arduino ecosystem, uses a bare Raspberry Pi Pico SDK and a custom GCC blah, blah, blah. Documentation, contributing supported boards. Let's actually check to see if, yeah, there it is, it's right there. I was like, let's check to see if, oh wait, it's right in front of my face. Good luck, Brink. Hope you survive the meetings. Or if you don't, you die a glorious death in battle. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Hold on, this window needs to get smaller. Get small. All right, let's see. Features, a bunch of stuff. Boards manager, Windows specific notes. Please do not use Windows Store version of the actual Arduino. Windows zip, blah, blah, blah. Linux specific. Arduino IDE, go to File Preferences and add this little bubby right here. So copy link address and then go to Arduino, go to Preferences, go to the board manager, put a nice little comma in it, Control V, click OK. All right. Put that lean 6. Nope, not reading that one. I know it's not raunchy or anything. It's just I don't want to put those words into the world. Blah, 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 blah. Board manager. Bop. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Where'd it go? It was right there. Depreciated. Embed. Embed. Our tools are very old. I've been using this version of Arduino for a long time. I should probably upgrade to the new IDE. I hear it's a little bit better, but I don't want all of the crutches and stuff. I want the basics so that I can actually code and learn to code. And you guys can see me learning to code. The AT Tiny Core is very, very useful indeed. Stop expanding and changing the size of everything. What is going on? Jeez. Look at this. It's like not built for this. Oh, I'm back to scrolling. What the hell? Okay, it's all the way at the bottom. Raspberry Pi Pico RP2040, right? Yeah. So I'm just installing this. Bop. This will take a minute. I will drink water in the meantime. This is not quick. This is anything but quick. Let's go, let's go. Oh, no, there we go. Okay. It's one of those instances where the scroll bar actually goes back and sideways and then back up. Come on, man. All right, plug this in. To do that, I have an extendy USB cable that goes all the way over here. Turn that off. And so I can plug in programmy stuff all the way over here. This cable is way too long. I do have an alternative USB-C. It's just this one was sitting out and it was behind me. The question is whether or not the signal will go this distance. It probably should. So, okay, this is all installed now. Close. So let's do this as a new program. Uh-oh. Where are we? Ah! Okay, bye. Where'd Arduino go? It's behind a bunch of stuff. All right, file, new. And I guess I'll save as, and we got to go to the right directory. Why is this so slow? There it goes. So we got to save is the first thing. And I'm not just going to put this into the Arduino folder. I'm actually going to go to my project folder. Projects should be its own folder here somewhere. My desktop is filthy. Filthy, filthy. Huh, strange. So where am I going to go then? I'm going to go to the network. FreeNAS, project, stream, and then we're going to go to mod synths, so actually synth, and then RP2040, and then this will be the VCO only. So now that's got a home. We need to get code. So code is probably going to be on Hagiwo's repository. Writing fails in the Arduino IDE. You may want to suspect the board manager. Well, we got a GitHub board thing, so maybe this will work. Waveform is stored in a wavetable. The audio is output by interrupting the wavetable at regular intervals and reading the wavetable. Ah, cool. 10-bit 256. The source code is available at the link below. Bonk. There it is. It's also a GitHub thing. So I'll grab the Pico synth and go all the way down to the bottom. My dog started barking just then. Copy that. She's had kind of a rough time because there was a lot of emotions running around from the hacking and from her pooping all over the place. But she's fine now. She's still limping. She's still limping on that leg. Oh man, it's commented in Japanese. Can I get a translation of that so I at least know a little bit of what I'm doing? I very much have a completely rudimentary understanding of the language, not in so much as I could read comments on software in Japanese. That's absolutely not what I can do. Oh, great. Am I gonna have to go through this individually? How do I do translate? Yeah, it's from watching the cartoons with all the boobies in them. Bob, 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 Bob. Nice, nice. Just totally doxed me right there. That's cool. Bookmarks, new Chrome is available. Is there a translate? Because usually it offers to translate. Here we go, translate. English. It did not work. That didn't do anything. So I guess I could just pop them into Google Translate if I really wanted to. That's going to be a bitch to do. Well, when I want to get into the code, I guess I'm just going to do translate.google. And I'll translate it into German. I can't go English to English. It just goes, oh, pip pip cheerio. I type in muffin. Oh, you mean a no, I don't have that joke on cue. All the ridiculous, like, cute things that the Brits renamed stuff to. I have Chat GPT. Oh God. I'm looking for, okay, Jay, yeah. Sorry, I'm very, wait, Javanese. No. There we go. Excuse me. So I guess we could just go line for line. Type def int 32. Huh. That says int 16, but they call it 14. I do like that there's a lot of commenting going on in this code. I dislike that it's in Japanese, but what are you going to do? The person who made it is Japanese. Bonk. It's going to be the same Q14 type 1.0. Wow, they really are commenting on everything, huh? Every single line. I do want to know how this code works. This is sort of a cornerstone of having this circuit board and having 10 of them, is that if I know how this code is working, I can get a little bit of insight on how to get the RP2040 to do my evil bidding and get it to do things like become a filter. I mean, you know, code is interesting. It's like running software is like running a clock. It's like you can think of it mechanically because of the way that the microprocessor is taking in registers and going line for line and loading in stuff. It's I think of it as a very mechanical thing. Microcontroller code. It's got to be really confusing to program in English if you're Japanese. That's got to be kind of crazy, because a lot of the coding that I experience, at least, it is strictly logic, but it follows sort of an order of operation that our language kind of does, in a way. Waveform table group. This is, I'm going to get arthritis from this, or carpal tunnel. Mikusuyo teburu. Oh, table. Teburu. Tabolo. Teburu. Mixu table. Ah, that's what it is. I'm reading the phonetics. Mixu yo table. Mix table. Ha! What's this one? Heiki Setichi. Waveform setting value. My pronunciation is terrible. It's trying to correct the comments. Oshireta to pichi setchi. Oscillator to coarse pitch setting value. Did you mean, no, I don't know what I meant. Everything revolves around English for software dev. Well, you know, that's what they were invented in English, so this would probably say fine pitch, so I should do them individually. Yeah, well, I can't imagine what it would be like if, you know, another non-Germanic language invented programming. Are there languages that are set out to be more decipherable in other languages? Does that exist? That'd be kind of an interesting thing. It'd be weird to learn one of those languages and then learn the language and go, oh, I see why they do it that way. Why is this being highlighted? Huh. 1LL is being highlighted. I don't know what that's going to do. Huh. Comments in Elvish. Oh, God. Why? Why'd you do that to somebody? Add a reference table to do duplicates. Huh. This is very much still an active project, huh? You should use a language that everybody knows, like Esperanto. You could practically do code ciphers with Esperanto because nobody actually knows it. A friend of mine wanted to learn it. I called him dumb. Maximum harmonic order. I don't remember that part of oh damn it, what was that game again? Far Cry? No. It was the other one. The one everybody used as a I can't think, I'm doing other stuff. What is this? Hold on one sec. Esperanto was made, what was it, in the 50s, I think, to be a universal language. And takes cues from a bunch of different languages, but it's supposed to be its own unique language, and so everybody would speak the same language. Crisis, there it is. That word just left my hand, Hans head Zimmer. Fucking, my brain is scrambled. Required to avoid overflow. In ask process. Got one there. I found you. Even that, like the variable names are in English. I don't know if Japanese really meshes with Arduino variable names. Oscillator 1 phase. No, I missed one. I'll go back. Oscillator 2 phase. Shift each voice. Wait, how many oscillators do we have in there? I guess that's how it works. This is the single VCO, so. Was that shift each voice again? Okay. This is fascinating code. It's doing a lot of stuff. Twitch is dying. My bitrate has been pretty bad today. Maybe that's why I don't have any viewers. Look at this low bitrate. Smegma male. He's not on that grind set. He doesn't have a bitrate. He should be doing 2 streams at once. It's called being overemployed. That's what people are doing now. They're using AI to do all their tasks at mundane jobs, and they're holding multiple mundane jobs at the same time, and they'll like go to a couple meetings at once and be on several different Zoom calls. You just don't tell the other employer that you're working for somebody else. It's like super moonlighting. It's like uber moonlighting. I make sure I'm scrolled all the way down and I have all the comments there and my one YouTube viewer. Usually they come over to Twitch, which is nice. It's nice to get new viewers for once for my weird content. Resonance setting value. I do wish I could do more RC car stuff, but it's not like I can take you guys outside. I'll immediately dox myself. And it's been raining for about a month now. The RC car is together. I just need to put a new plug on it because I bought these slightly less amp hour batteries, but they're a lot more stout and they lower the center of gravity of the model. What's you can't just type a question mark. AI dead forest theme is appearing on YouTube. Huh? No, you can't just type question marks. Oh, you were using a highlighted message. We'll get you something to work with for those channel points. We need to do a little bit of Node Red. So I'm girding my loins, and I will eventually gird them up enough that I can stomach a little bit of Node Red and actually understand what's going on. That doesn't... Moonlighting as an Uber driver. Yeah, you're in a meeting and the lighting keeps changing and stuff because you're just green screened and you're actually driving your car. Oh my god. For once, I'm like, stop commenting on your code. It's nice to have nicely commented code, though. And I'm making sure this is in English because I want to be able to understand what's going on. Anpu is apparently amplifier. Kisen o Kaniyakuka? Kaniyakuka? Oh, calculation. Kaniyakuka. Simplify calculations. Hey, that one is already in English. Or maybe I did that and I just don't remember because my brain is soup right now. Exponential table. It's fun to read the Japanese isms of English words. Decay timeu setichi. Decay time setting. Setichi. I don't know. Listen, you're not going to get good pronunciation here. You guys know what you're in for. Sustain level setting value. Sasutin rebiru setichi. Setiichi? Setiichi. Yeah, Setiichi. The Japanese have absolutely zero issue with straight up lifting words from other languages. Yeah, that's their repertoire. English is a bunch of languages in a trench coat. E.g. output level current value. Next. Gate input current level value. This is extensive. This is a lot of code. I guess the RP2040 can handle it though. The RP2040 is a wonderfully fast chip and it's cheap. 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 What are you gonna cry, Johnny? Counter for decay. That's in English. Frequency table. Grab that. I don't know what ILL is, and I'm afraid of it because it's being highlighted by the IDE. Depth setting value. So if I'm ever in a Japanese submarine, I will know to look for whatever that combination of characters was that I don't remember anymore. Hayasa Setichi. Speed setting. Hayasu. He's too fast. I know that from the Naked Girl comics that I read. Phase. Iso is apparently phase. The cut-paste engine is weak and fleshy. When AI content is over-flooding the internet and the humans are lost in the flood, basically it's just reshuffling our content back to us, garbage in, garbage out. AI content already is becoming like, I'm repulsed when I see AI art in articles. It's funny that Gen Z is actually repulsed by sexuality in movies. And so all of the old-timey, super-duper popular pervert directors are coming back with content. Like John Waters is making a movie. David Lynch is making a movie. We brought back the alpha perverts to film because of what happened with Gen Z being repulsed by perverted content. I think that's hilarious. PWM audio output section. You would think that this would help me learn what's going on here, but it absolutely is not. All it is doing is giving me things to say out loud. Like GPIO number for PWM output left channel. Wait, why is it noted as left? PWM slice number. There's a lot going on in this program. It's I'm gonna have to really read the article on it. 1LL is the number 1 in a larger data type. Huh. What does that do? Why is it highlighted by the compiler? Is it something that I need to correct, or is that gonna go through? Dog barking. I need to also make sure that all those highlighted comments and stuff actually show up on the social stream blade that I'm using, because it's supposed to be my monitor, but I miss stuff. I miss the subscriptions. Do we have any? It was just Vote Pyro for the 61 months and a vibe. You don't know why the editor highlights it. There are certain structures that it does highlight. They're usually weird things that I don't have any idea what they do, but apparently they are useful or something, and it might be a holdover from like the C code. There are settings where you can have it, you know, highlight that in like different colors and stuff too, but God, this is a lot of translating. Don't expect me to know what this code does. It does a wavetable, and then something changes. I don't even know what a wavetable is. There's the interrupt handler and main function. Wow, we're still declaring variables this low into the code. I mean, I know there was code above that does stuff, but start time. These are the variables that the code is going to use. Maximum start time. Maximum armor. Processing time. Shori Jikan. Jikan. And then this one is Sadie Shori Jikan. Oh, maximum. Sadie armor. Maximum armor. Probably say it the other way around. You say armor maximum. Gate control value. All right, we're getting there. We're almost there. Just tolerate me for a minute. I think a wavetable is almost literally a wave file in array form. Ah, so it's what would it be, like a sine wave? It's not like you're going to be picking out frequent. All this thing is an oscillator, though. It's a VCO. It's not really supposed to be doing much. Maybe a square wave, triangle wave, and sine wave. I guess that makes sense. LFO process. Maybe also a low frequency oscillator. LFOs are when you want to have a knob being moved back and forth at a slow rate, sub audio frequency rate, and so you use VCO to do that, but you use it at a very low frequency. So LFO at a super low frequency is just a control voltage that'll move something from side to side in a particular way. Could be a sine wave. Why the... Hi, Haystack. Why the long face? Stop making that big face. That's an Aphex Twin. Simplify calculation. Kesano kakar. I can't pronounce anything. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding here? What is this crap? God damn it. D. Do sharp. Dee do da do. Re. Do and re, as in the notes. Re sharp. This one's probably going to be mi. Yep, mi. Mi fa sol la ti do. Oh, that was off pitch. That was very off pitch. Do re mi fa. T. What's fun is that this is actually teaching me the kanji. So. So. Teaching me the kanji by relating it to musical notes is pretty funny. It's too bad I won't remember this because my brain is currently pickle-shaped. La. Remember that time Bother turned himself into a pickle? Funniest shit I've ever seen. La. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la. This is a T. S. She. Oh, so instead of T, they say she. Ha ha. T. T, she. What was the... She is the one that's the slightly amused face, and then there's another one. You gotta say C. Have I seen that before? I think I've seen that before. Do, and it's translating it to D. Do. Do. And that's how I... All right, anyway. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Oh, my A, B, C, E. That's cool. I could have actually learned some kanji there, but I didn't. Okay, this is done. Let's see here. You can use the keyboard as a piano. Characters coming in using upper 2 rows for the keyboard with white and black keys. Okay, show. Katakana, not kanji. I don't know the difference. I don't know what the difference between the two is. Okay, so we've got our notes translated. This 1LL is just a weird thing. So that when I go through this code, I can actually know what the hell is going on. And, yeah. Oh, katakana are like sounds, and the ones that are structured little pictures are actually translating it into things. Okay. I thought it was the other way around. Which one is kanji and which one's katakana? You would know better. You have access to Google. I don't. Okay, so save this because we just did a lot of stupid work. I've actually been buffing up on my Kurosawa films. I have to watch Ran next. That's the next one that I got to do. Tools. Board. Tools. Board. Raspberry Pi RP2040. I do need to get more xiao boards, though. I need to make a big order from Seed Studio because I only have like 5. So. If you learn some instrument with a keyboard, it's easier to input than to have the note names. Well, yeah, but I mean, we're translating comments. Yeah, we're at the part where the caps explode. The caps aren't going to explode because I sized them properly. I think. You can make me double check. Yeah, these are all 50 volts. The most voltage that we have is, I think, 24 from -12 to +12. We don't even have that. So I'm going to plug this thing in. First time programming a xiao. Is it xiao, xiao, or xiao, xiao? I think it's xiao, but oh, the hello world, I guess, is a little RGB flicker. How obnoxious. Yeah, we're not looking into the code. We're just translating the comments for later, yeah. I guess I can hit save and upload. And we'll see if it takes the code. We didn't program the LED to do anything either. We need to put our own code in there in order to get it to work. Let the fireplace and windows show. Windows shows a fire hazard in the forest around me. Jeez. Don't let embers go. Error. Status 1. Oh my god, there's a lot of stuff going wrong here. We have pretty verbose comments going on. In file included from app data packages RP2040 blah 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 blah. From local Arduino 15 packages RP2040 hardware blah blah blah. Define pi 3.14 blah 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 blah. Why is that wrong? Int function main. Define stdio 0 init all. stdio init all is not supported or needed. Either use serial printf or set the debug port on the IDE to serial. What the fuck? I think maybe I didn't do some configuration up here, maybe? I have no idea. RTTL, stack protector disabled, C++ exception disabled, debug port, debug level, USB stack. Oh my god. I don't know if COM3 applies. Let me unplug it and see if COM3 goes away. These LEDs are like full power. They are quite bright. Hurting my eyes. Yeah, port goes away. So this thing is COM3. That's helpful. Okay, so there's something wrong with our... it might just be that the Arduino IDE is old. I'm not sure. Pi was redefined. Not in this code. It's somewhere in the background. And it's probably whoever made this GitHub thing. Wait, is there any activity from YouTube? I don't think there is. No, it's just me. Okay. It's just me in this empty chat room. So whoever made this thing here got that. Install both Arduino and CMake. If you follow Les's step-by-step, you'll also have a fully functional CMake-based environment to build Pico apps on if you outgrow the Arduino ecosystem. But I don't care about that. Uploading sketches. To upload your first sketch, you'll need to hold the boot select button down while plugging the Pico into your computer. Ah, it's one of those. I hate these ones. They require me to do weird stuff. Which one is the boot button? Now it says it supports MicroPython and Arduino. What's your pinout, bro? R and B. I would assume that B is the boot button. Yeah, B is the boot button. Boot button. Plug in. Now the RGB LED doesn't light. So that means we go to the IDE. And tools. No port. What? Interesting. Select a port to gain board info. How's that supposed to work? All right, hold on. We're getting there. Hit the upload button. The sketch should be transferred to start to run. Well, we don't have a very basic sketch to load up. We have a more complicated one. This will probably run into the same error because it didn't even try to upload. Yeah, there it is. There's our Pi error again. takes so long to open a new thing in this. I think my IDE is getting a little bit old. Let's just try to upload a nothing to it, a hello world. Actually, wait, examples blink. Yeah, we should do that. Bridge, Ethernet, stepper, blah, 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 blah. Boy, there's a lot. I think the RP2040 probably came with its own blinks. We should look at that up and do that. So, examples, all the way down to the RP2040 stuff. Incompatible. I swear I saw it on here. Is it? Oh yeah, there's an arrow. Nope, that's the very bottom. Is this it? Yeah, for xiao. Cool. All right, so BT stack, EEPROM. There's so many complicated things. I just want a blink, because this is the whole purpose of blink, is the hello world of the microcontroller world. BT stack, DIN server, EEPROM, ESP8266. Is wait a minute. This whole section should be the examples. What's ESP doing in here? Mouse, PDM, Pico over the air, no. PWM audio, RP2040, boot select, fade, multicore, siren, temperature, time, tone, happy birthday. Let's just do fade. It's gonna take forever to open up. Hurry up. Come on. There it is. Fade. This example shows how to fade the onboard Pico LED. Raspberry Pi Pico LED, though. Pin mode LED, analog right LED brightness. LED is on, LED built-in. Okay, so it should have that declared in the board type. It should have the type, the pin that is automatically applied to an LED. So CPU speed 133. I guess that's the typical one, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not changing anything. And then I suppose I'm going to try to upload this one and see if it compiles properly. It might be that the stuff that was loaded into the board manager is wrong. No, it is. I guess so we're going to get the error again. Right about now? 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 Right now? Right about now. Now. Right about now. There. See? Called it. First time. Flashing. Wrote. A billion bytes to F drive. I guess it shows up as a drive. Is you fading? You is not fading. If I reset it, I see no fades. Unplug. Plug in. No one is fading. So it probably didn't like what it saw, but it turns out that it's not the IDE doing it. Although, I mean, we're not getting any built-in LED behavior here, which is a little weird. Was that bent, or did I bend it? I think I bent that. Okay. I see how it is. Well, the RP20, it's probably... No, the Seed Studio stuff should have it defined. This isn't from Seed Studio, but it still knows it's the xiao, so it should be programming to that. So we have a much more complicated error, though. The fact that this compiled and loaded code, we do have to make it work. Let's figure out what pin the built-in LED is, and let's just change that manually, and maybe that'll show for us. So I had that window open in one of the 50 browsers that I have running right now. Where is that? Oh, this is not even the right page. This is not what I was looking for. Yeah, I got all the electronics all hooked up. I did these ratios. I designed a little like holder for all the RC car electronics, and it works great. But then I ordered a couple new batteries, and they don't quite fit. I need to find that connector that they use. I think I have one around here. I bought a connector kit, but I'll have to find appropriate sized wire as well. Okay, what are, I guess I need the RP2040 xiao pinout. Which one is the built-in LED? They don't include the LEDs on this little diagram, do they? LEDs. RP2040 with Arduino, Seed Studio. This will have all the information. Oh, here we go. User LED, it's 3-color. What a bunch of craziness. Tools port, select the serial port name in the connected Seed Studio. This is likely to be COM3 or higher. Ours is at COM3. Usually use the hardware serial port of the connected Seed Studio. 2040 usually contains parentheses. Ah, look at that. It defines it. Once uploaded, you should be able to see. So select upload. Oh, click the upload button. Yeah, the blink example to the board. So actually I can do that without, I mean, we got code to successfully load by putting it into loading code mode, but apparently it's cool with whatever you do. You can do it through the port. Operating voltage of the VCO is 3.3, sensors 5 volt. So what are we doing? What pin is there blink? Oh my God. They go to built-in examples, basic blink. Although we did fade, so maybe that's what's going on. Fade is just a little bit different than blink. After installing the board, navigate to Tools Board, Seed RP2040. Note Tools Port, select the port. So we can do that either way. Okay, I need to know what that pin is. I need more information. This would be 2040, getting started. I would like to see a pinout. I would like to see the pinout now. Where is all of my exhibition? Xiao. Huh, they want you to use, I guess, LED built in, but I would like to know what pin that is so that I could just take over. Because I think we're probably fading in one of the RGB colors. Let's view them up close. Is that red one fading? It is. So our fade was successful. We have a high top fade and it worked. Check out right here. There's fade. I guess the LED built-in defaults to the red LED and these default on the green and blues. Okay. So we've successfully done a hello world, so then it stands to reason now that, and again, this is the purpose of hello world. I shouldn't have started with the Hagiwo's code, because the first thing that you should do with the microcontroller is hello world, and that way you know that your path from, you know, from your brain to the microcontroller is good. The brain, the IDE, the programmer board, which this doesn't need, whatever I/O this thing has in the computer are all lined up, and it's a nice hallway that I could throw code down and it'll get to the microcontroller in the end. So now we know that that's happening. That's what blink is for. Fade, blink, any one of those. But yeah, fade is a little bit more complicated, so at least we know that slightly more complicated things can happen in here. Now would be the time to take a look and see whether or not there are errors in Hagiwo's code, or if we need to change certain things in there. And he spoke to particular errors, but I feel like we didn't run into that error. We ran into some kind of a pi thing, or stdio init all. I don't think that's in this code at all. By God. Wait a minute. For UA8 ID, this to this to this, pitch voice 60, if note on off, blah, 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 end if, set system clock, FLCK sys over 1000 true stdio init all. Standard IO init all. What does that mean? I hear weird noises upstairs. Sounds like something, I don't even know. I don't know what to equate that to. Maybe it's the dog running around, but oh, you know what? I bet the neighbor's dogs are here. I bet you that's what's going on. Raspberry Pi Pico SDK. Oh, frequency is equal to, that's a neat little equation. The Pico SDK fails to compile when using stdio, resulting in error. Hey! Prevents testing the same software for both hardware and simulated environments. Issue arises due to the example projects provided in the Wokwi Pico SD. We're running out of words. This is evidenced by the name schemes of prescription medicine. They're just running out. They're starting to just make stuff up out of anywhere, and it's starting to get so farcical that there is in fact a medicine called Farsi. They probably put Sim in front of it. Sim Farsi. I get my Sim Farsi, otherwise I burst into flames. Issue arises due to the example projects. Not sure how supported is using Pico SDK directly in Arduino environment. You can look at the GitHub repo here. Perhaps it's documented. So what do I do? Thanks. I just suggest you update the Pico SDK example on the web page because it's using. So what do I do? What I do? Dudeman Flexol. I take my Dudeman Flexol so that my muscles pop. How do I explicitly initialize std out over semi-hosting and add blah, 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 blah. So there in the notes for the compiler, it says, why not just use serial print? But this is something else. The stdio, I guess, is some kind of comms thing that it's doing. This is in the initialization area for all this stuff. stdio. But do we need it? Can I just like comment it out? Switch, get care, cases, pitches, print delays, processing. Oh man, there's a lot of stuff in here. PWM IRQ handle. Can we just comment it out? That's what I'm wondering. Let's try commenting it out and just see if that fixes everything. Or if it breaks everything. Bop bop. Yes, standard IO, but it's not for the Arduino IDE. Is there a way to see what the function calls? I mean, this just says it's not supported, use serial. Not supported or needed. Either use serial printf or set the debug port in the IDE to serial 1, 2, and use printf. See GitHub, blah, blah, blah. That's a very detailed error message. That's actually pretty nice. But if this thing is initting, what's printing? This is a hell of a switch case. Look at that. Oh my God. Yeah, it might just be in there and there's no, oh, printf. So we need to change these into serial prints. So, but what am I doing? Up top, I guess I need to initialize serial. I need to pull up an example because I don't remember programming at this point. We haven't programmed something in a long time. Serial is very easy to use with the Arduino IDE though. Very easy to use. It's actually one of the best ways to debug. Get the bug. When I say bug in front of my dog, she runs up to my face. It is so cute. Cereal. I need cereal. I'm diabetic. I mean, I guess I don't really need call response. I'm just trying to shed some light. You can globally override what printf does. I'll just replace the printfs with serial print line. It's easy enough to do. I just have to remember how to do it. So stdio init all is not useful. We need our main, or sorry, our initial loop. So where are we? Static void oscinit, static inline q28, static inline ospros, structure, static, static. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of statics in here. Static, static, define, static, define, static volatile, static inline, void, static void, wait, what? Oh, I guess that works. Static inline void. This guy likes his static. A lot of electricity. Int main. Where's my init? That's main. Where's my init? Not init all. Not LFO init. No. I guess instead of... Yeah, it's doing... Okay, so what I can do is make a serial init. What are you guys saying? It's not for the other version of Arduino. It's just not something that's using. File you have is written for Raspberry Pi Pico, C, C++, SDK, not for Arduino. You can tell because there's no setup and loop. Yeah, well, I mean, it's the same thing. The compiler will be fine with it. Yeah, so there's no setup, but there's inits, so we'll just do it in that style. So we'll do static void serial init. And then we'll do serial begin. Is that all? 115200. I think that's all I need to do. Yeah, that's it. And then we can change the printf to serial print line. And then the program should run okay. There's a main. I may have to change that. What was it originally intended for? I mean, Hagiwo was saying that he used the Arduino IDE. I trust Hagiwo. Can be developed with Arduino IDE. There's also caveats. When I installed the board manager using software setup procedure in the official wiki, writing failed in my environment. I think maybe he might have run into this problem. I didn't use the example at the bottom of the page. Is that different code? Oh, he actually did all the work that I already did. Oh, man. I should have used this example. That was dumb. Oh, no. It's all right here. Oh, I'm so dumb. Okay, main. Yeah, it's all different flavors of the same apple, huh? I think we could have gotten that code to work in Arduino IDE. I would have just had to go through and change all of the serial stuff, but it seems that all this work has already been done for us. and mostly because I didn't scroll down far enough. Oh, that's the copy button. I was looking for the copy button. All right, well, push the Whopper button. Bagels. It seems like it's cleaner in the other style. I'm gonna do this one as a new. I'm gonna keep this and just do file new, and we'll just make a different one. It's rough, but I'll publish it. I'd be happy if you could point out any bad points. That's very humble. That's very humble, Hagiwo. Save as. Puts us all the way back. I love how Windows was like, hey, let's make a folder so everybody can put all their 3D stuff into this folder. And everybody's like, no. It's just like, no, why would you do that? Synth, and then I'm looking for crimes. No, I'm looking for this. And then VCO only. This one is, in fact, it's probably going to want to make a folder for it, but this one's going to be VCO only Arduino. Save. So if I really feel like reading the code, this other code is probably way more readable, but save changes, no. Because yeah, this is much different. Is it still doing all the same stuff though? Like the serial prints and stuff? That's what I'm wondering. There's no serial printing going on in this one. So I have a feeling that other code is probably going to function better, huh? There's nothing else. It ends down here. See, it's over. Yeah, I think that other code is actually a little bit more versatile. I think it's doing a lot better stuff. Is calibration constant to eliminate errors in voltage dividing resistance of the V over octave? Calibrate by adjusting the calib value of the range from 0.7 to 1.3. All right. I see. So he's using an article. RP2040 xiao. Where did I get my code from? Where did I get that other code from? All right, well, let's try this code. It really needs to be cleaned up though. There's a lot of like just stuff that I think is kind of sloppy in here. That it's you know what? It's just different from the way I would code stuff. I think he's using else ifs instead of switch cases for some reason in the Arduino code. Well, no, here's cases. And where's the la-ti-da, la-ti-do-mi-so? What? Is it a different thing that I downloaded? It must be. It's completely different. Very strange. Okay, so anyway, now we've got this to actually function in Arduino. So I've got my Raspberry Pi plugged in. It's not in programming mode, but apparently it doesn't care. I can just choose COM4 as the Raspberry Pi Pico and upload it. So you can either put it in programming mode or you can just program to the COM port. I don't know. I have no idea how I'm going to tune the diffs for the RC car, because I do want it to come in and out of a corner properly with all of its differentials. It probably would have been good to do it today because it's about to rain this weekend. So I don't know when I'm going to get around to tuning it, but I don't think Short Lurker was here for me talking about the batteries. If you check this out, I got 4 batteries because I thought it was a pack of 1. So I meant to have 2 batteries, but now I have 4. But these are 350 milliamps, and they've got more output capacity, but I don't know if they're a lot heavier. They are a lot shorter and wider than the old 2 cells that we bought for the 1/24th stuff we were working on. Short Lurker has like a bunch of the same stuff that I do because we were kind of working in parallel on stuff. But this one doesn't have the other plug on it, which I like because then I don't have a bunch of wires, you know, threatening to get into stuff. I just need to find the right plug to put that in there. I could maybe put a plug on the side and have it plug in like that, but I think it's better to have the free battery connector as your on-off switch. So I'm gonna have to find some of these plugs. I think the old whatchamacallit has them. The old controller for this thing. Okay, so the code supposedly went in. There's nothing that I can see, especially from the LED, for the code, just because this isn't even there. Dr. Plugger! Dr. Plugger with the Prime for 47 months. Dr. Plugger, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you subbing. So what I'll do, I guess I'll bring over the whole kit and caboodle. Because I don't have the... Well, no, you know what? We need to set up, and I'll turn on the oscilloscope, and we'll do the test there, and we'll see whether or not this thing functions. That way we can use the power supply to output a very precise voltage and properly tune this whole thing. And that's why I have these plugs, these BNC... It's dynamite. BNC to headphone cable plugs. They're very, very useful. What's vintage? Nothing here is vintage. This is all new stuff. Yeah, the code's good. I just don't know what the difference between this code and the the different IDE code is. There's differences between the two, and one looks like it does more. It was probably used to develop the code properly, and then they switched. They did the edits to Arduino IDE. Of course, this is the front panel for it. I did these in red because that's just what was already on in the filament in the printer, and I'll probably give it to Julian in red so he can deal with that. These switches that I used were a little bit too tall, and I can probably edit them a little bit, but yeah, this is hold on, I got another one. Let me go get it. Let me go get it. I had to put in the wider battery mount though. I'm glad I got the carbon fiber battery mount. But these are Goning. It's a 70C 350 milliamp, and you can actually get these in, or sorry, this one's 60C, the other one is 70. It is very much like Gonad, and they had stickers in the box too. That has the word go in it, right? Gonad? GN3. I don't know. They weren't expensive. Sounds Dutch. I can assure you it's probably Chinese. Look at the stickers. I can gowning. It's got like a dinosaur. No, it's like a lion. Cool. I'll definitely put those all over everything. But yeah, the problem is I don't have this plug. I gotta go find one. All right, scope is booted. The scope takes a full minute to boot. So now we need to set up power, and for that I need to bring out all of my bananas. And I'm not really allowed to show my bananas on Twitch, but we'll make an exception for this. So I need ground, I need positive 12 and negative 12. And so for that, I have my old Agilent power supply. It's very accurate. It's a very accurate power supply, and it can do plus and minus up 25 volts. So we'll be using the 6 volt portion of this thing in order to make our testing voltages. What? Oh, cut them out and rearrange because PMP turns into PIMP. I once got an Invader Zim pack of stickers, and so I turned my Dune buggy into a Doom buggy. Ha-ha! It was funny back then. Sort of. We were different in the early 2000s, all right? Everything hit differently. What could I turn? I guess I could take the A and do go NA, but there's no D. It would be go nah. instead of gonad. All right, where's my power cable? I've got all the stuff over here in this pile of garbage. This pile of garbage I call my shop. And then my nephew goes, "Why do you call it shop if there's no store?" And I go, "Shut up, you little squirt." And I punch him. All right, and then this is our 1V per octave source. I'm all set up with all this test stuff. I meant to build an actual device that would do this kind of testing. That's not that's not off the table still. If I end up doing a lot more modular synth stuff, it would be very useful since I am the repair guy for all of my friends. But I can make do with these pieces of equipment because these are far more accurate than anything that I build. If I were selling my modules, which I don't know if I could reconcile with that, because basically what I would be doing is copying Hagiwo's code. Hagiwo. I would be copying his code, and I mean, I guess selling it as a kit, as like a PCB that people could buy, that might be doable. But it's still, I'm using his code, you know? Ah! That was very loud. All right, so this will be the return. And so our output goes here. And our input goes, well, I want to monitor the input as well. So how do I do that? I need this to go here. And that is a banana plug. How did I set this up before? Hold on, let me get some of these plugs organized so I get all the clutter out. I had a pass-through. Check the license on the code. It still feels scummy if I use it. I think he does MIT. No, I think it was CC by SA, which means, you know, just, hey, give me a little credit. Hagiwo window, there it is. My 53rd self-made modular synth. That's pretty awesome. That's a lot. Raspberry Pi Pico VCO is very popular. Raspberry Pi Pico only has a 3-pin AD converter, which was a bit inconvenient to use the VCO, which is a problem. Meanwhile, Seed released a small microcontroller board called Seed xiao RP2040. Since the AD converter has 4 pins, I thought it would be possible to create a VCO with the minimum configuration. So I made this module. So did I. Product specs, blah, 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 blah. Nothing about, so let's go all the way to the bottom here then, where he has the software. It's rough, but I'll publish it. I would be happy if you could point out any bad parts. Support my project on Patreon. I'd be happy if you could support me with a cup of coffee. Also deliver the content exclusive to our patrons. And then down here, nothing about license. Nothing about licensing. Huh. He's sharing it freely, but, you know, again, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can just go and grab it and use it. So, I don't know. I don't know what I could do. I could just sell the PCB, maybe. But I didn't do all that much work on that. Well, we need to see if it works, too. These questions are better answered if I have working hardware in front of me. How in the world did we do this before? I don't think I had a monitor on the audio coming in. And I don't have a headphones to BNC. Do I have another way to do this? Would be, oh, you know what I think I have? I think I have an adapter that'll plug in and allow me to run a BNC cable from here. Let me find that adapter. Let me find the adapter and then we'll get this thing up and running. Put these, where do I put these wires? I hold all these limes. All right, let's see. Let's get this tested real quick, and if I can find my hookup. Oh, you know what? I would have put it all the way over here. Hold on. I've got a whole thing for this now. Yep, there it is. So that would be not what I'm looking for. Oh, here we go. and then I need a BNC cable. There we go. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. It always helps to have weird adapters on hand. No license means I'm selling it on eBay. Oh boy. Well, that's what the MIT license is. It's like, hey, do whatever you want, man. I'm not gonna hold you back. You just say, man. You just do it. Oh, how am I gonna get this over to the O-scope? There's the 6-volt hookup. That comes over to here. Just put it on a pile of trash. Put it on my tab. So there's our input. Get this out of the way. And that goes to here. And our output goes here. We don't need to listen to it. We'll just get the frequency from the readout. This one we're not using. And then I need one for our output. 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 Okay. Now, moment of truth. So there's our in and our out for the VCO. Let me get, oh yeah, I still need to do this. Power cable here, and there's a bit of a mess right now, but we'll handle it. Got to deal with it. So ground here, stripe is negative. And I'll double check that in a minute. We do have those 4148s in there, so if I do try to reverse power it, it'll be protected. There's that. Now here's the trick. The Agilent power supply is particularly frustrating because when you turn it on and adjust the voltages, it's outputting. There's no turning off the output. So I'm not going to plug that in yet. First, I'm going to go over here to our plus 25. Turn output on, and then I can adjust it. So put that to 12, and then minus 25, put that up to 12. So now we're ready to power the module. We don't have any voltage going into the VCO to adjust the frequency. We got a moment of holding our breath ahead of us, where I turn this thing on and figure out whether or not my machinations have come to fruition. Sometimes, what some people do is they will turn it on bit by bit or limit the current that goes into this in order to make sure that nothing explodes. But because I am a famous Twitch streamer with one viewer on YouTube, I am going to power it up immediately and see what explodes. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh wait, I just turned output off. Right, output off, then plug it in. I was like, oh no, it broke. Yeah, this is where if I had a moderator present, we would do a prediction, but it's okay that we don't. Because I am infallible, and I get this right the first time, every time. Nothing's happening. Anybody heating up? I think I'm reverse volting it. Let's double check pinouts. Minus 25 was getting 0 volts through it. Why was that? Double check pinouts. Stripe is minus 12. Do I have that configured? This one is plus 12. That's going to the non-stripe side. The middle one is ground, and the top one is minus 12. So we had plus and minus 12 running. Why nothing happened? Why nothing happened? Try it again. Turn it on. I mean, this thing doesn't really report anything. Turn on channel 2. Yeah, nothing's doing. Let's look at plus 25. Nothing. 0 amps. Did I put the diodes in backwards? That's always a possibility. Yeah, let me cook. Let me cook. That's really the only explanation, is that the diodes are backwards. It's the only eventuality that could possibly be it, aside from maybe these cables being broken or something. But okay, let's flip the diodes around. And the problem is I can't quite get this thing into the vise. This actually worked pretty good. Oh, I found the problem. My diodes are the right way around. They're just not soldered. What the hell happened there? D1, what are you doing to me? I guess we routed everything through this one diode. Yeah, I guess the package for the diode is slightly different, so while I thought it was soldered, it was not. So we'll just scooch that puppy over. Different package size. It doesn't quite fit on those pads. We didn't expect to use the 4148s. I should get more Schottky diodes. Thought I did. It helps when the connection that you've made is a connection. At all. Yeah, there's only 2 diodes in the entire circuit. That's still not soldered. What's going on? I think I need to move it significantly. What the heck? There it is. Well, I know the circuit. I know which direction the diode's supposed to go. There, see, that's stuck to the pad. And it doesn't move. There we go. Dog's being mean to people outside. Woo, woo, woo. Woof. Okay, so now, after a brief soldering interlude, we can fire this up and watch it explode. I don't do explosions here. I don't feel like injuring myself, and I like it when things work. I know I should be more zany and crazy, but I don't know. I do engineering. What do you people want from me? What do you viewers want? I have to make sparks and explosions all the time. I know. That's how you get viewers. So if I did something blatantly wrong, it would rile you guys up. Chat would be in a frenzy, and they would say, "You've done it wrong," and they would try to get that to communicate. They would try to get that communicate to me, and I intentionally miss it, and then I plug something in, and it fucking explodes. And then I get a viral clip for me being a zany little weirdo, and I get 1,000 viewers. One day, you guys don't need to even see the screen of the scope, because the scope exists on the internet. That's what's so awesome about these new Rigol scopes. They use an Android operating system where I can just do this. Bop. And now, all that stuff is just right there on the screen for you guys to see. Isn't that awesome? I know, it was a big expense. The scope was a big expense, but it is well worth it to be able to give you guys exactly the information that I have. So you don't even need to see this thing. And I can also control it with touch screen. You can click on this and change settings and stuff. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, nope. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, Well, okay, output is off. I keep messing that up. I expect it to work like the other power supply where it's not constantly sending power. The whole internet knows what you're measuring. It's intranet. It's just on the network. That's it. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1, go. Hello? Hello? 0 amps at 12 volts. Did I put both of the diodes in backwards? I might have. Reinstated as an engineer in training. Hey, there you go. Nice. I was wondering what all that, like, I don't even know what that means. Is that for like public money or something? I don't understand what the whole paycheck thing is. Okay, so nothing is happening. So I guess I'm blocking power still. We need to look into that. Stupid. It goes back to the diodes. They're a pain in the butt, but they're very necessary. They're a complete pain in the butt. But Canada engineers are like doctors. You need years of experience to become a professional one. Oh, so it's PE stuff. Yeah, we have the professional engineering exam, but it doesn't make sense unless you're going into civil engineering. You fried the diodes. These have 100 volts before they fry. They're 1N4148, so they're your jelly bean diodes. This one is in the correct direction. So is this one. The arrow indicating where current is supposed to flow. So why no worky? Why no functiony? Why nothing? We're getting 0 current, so that means that something isn't going through the diode. Let's do a diode check on them. Then we can get the continuity correct. That's always fun to do. Try spinning. That's a good trick. I wonder if this thing can do that, like basic multimeter stuff. All right, so our minus voltage is coming in from the stripe side, and that's where our 12 volt goes. So it would be more negative on this side. So I go this way with the diode. Oh, that's on ohms. Wait a minute. And that's 0.6. Huh, they said 0.72 when we looked it up. Ow, my glasses just hit the camera. So that goes in that direction. That's correct. This one is more positive here. Wait, the direction's wrong. Hold on a sec. I guess that stands to reason that I put them in backwards, because I thought it should be pointing this way. Is power flowing to positive? Jesus Christ, I can't believe I've messed this up. I'm quite negative at the moment. Everything sucks. Okay, let's flip the diodes. I think I put them in the bad direction. Oh yeah, I wouldn't suggest buying a Fluke 179, but it's the beater that I have, and it cannot be killed. I've got the diode facing this way. I guess I need to have the arrow. That doesn't make sense. That seems backwards to me. Huh. But, I mean, the results we're getting is nothing is happening with the diodes in the orientation that they're in. So I guess I'm going to flip them. It doesn't make much sense to me. ADHD streams, so he doesn't really want to dox his location. A plus, C minus, anode to cathode. The anode is the part with the arrow pointing towards the cathode. So you're saying cathode is negative. That's here. I feel like I have these in the right direction. Hold on, I'm going to double check with the mutable instrument schematic. Well, actually, our schematic should do. That's how I have them right now. This is how I have them. So why aren't we getting power into the rest of the thing? Unless these 1N4148s have the marking on the opposite side, which would buck against all reason. I thought we had them proper. Actually, wait, I can double check. I can use the meter again. Use the meter again. We can do a little voltage probing and just see what we got and do a little sanity check here. So plug it in. Benji, stop telling me exactly what I'm about to do. You're telling me exactly what I'm about to do. Most of the stuff that I'm doing here just follows a standard procedure with this kind of thing. 24 volts. Wait, positive on stripe. Dun, dun, dun. That doesn't, wait, that doesn't, huh? I have that one plugged into positive and it goes over to there. Well, okay, so what's happening is we're reverse voltage. Why is plus coming out of... Whoa. I don't know what that spark was, and it concerns me. Minus 24. Is this cable messing with me? Hey, good thing we had the protection diodes in there. That should be impossible to get wrong. Is what most... Oh, yeah, the stripe is on the opposite side on this one. Ah, that's what it was. So this cable is bad. This one needs to be sequestered. Bad cable. Let's grab a good cable. This one has this... Or did I get it wrong? Wait a second. I got it wrong. Oh my God. I did it. I did it. I did the thing that I shouldn't have done. I got the stripe on the wrong pin. Stripe is to the left. I put stripe to the right. And so my entire design revolves around that. Let's fix that in CAD right now. I'm going to have to peel up traces in order to make that work in here. Oh man. I guess what I can do is remove the diodes and work with it like that. That's why we do these board runs. I can't believe I didn't check over any of that. So how do I switch the gates on this? Because basically what I need to do is just move it 180 degrees and reconnect it to the circuit. But if I delete those traces, it'll delete them in the rest of the design. I guess I just have to redesign this stuff. I can't believe I fucked that one up. Whoopsie-daisy. I mean, it happens, but I'm not willing to give myself a pass on that. Welcome to the clown show. Dun, dun, dun. Yep. And so now what I can do is just place some bottom traces, and these are going to be what distance? This is going to be 0.4. Oh man, that's another 30 bucks. I was hoping it would be perfect. My perfect baby boy. Curved traces. Curved traces. Oh, this goes all the way over here. So that goes here. So we take it out to there. Actually, no, we don't do that. Take it here and go there. To there. Okay, and then over here. Looks like yellow's back on the menu, boys. I'll be ordering these in yellow. Save. User saved. We're going to bypass the diodes. My Scottish and German grandparents babysat me a lot, which changed how I talk. What? Insane. Okay, save, and then I'm gonna go to the other one. Jimmy the cable. No, I'm not gonna mess with the cable. What I'm gonna do is I'll do jumpers on the board in order to correct it. But now I have 10 boards that have the wrong power layout. I had it flipped. I can't believe I fucking did that. I checked over this board so many times, but when you're sick of the design, you put all this work into it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I could solder in the connector the other way around. That's true. Good point. Excellent point. Thank you for saving me a shitload of time. I can build up these other boards just with the wrong thing. That's a very good. Benissimo. Thank you. But I am going to correct it in here so I never make this mistake again. Where's the schematic? Never again. Because this, I'll reference off of this design. Yeah, nobody needs to see that silkscreen marking. And my stripe marking is actually correct. Click, 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 click to click, click to click, click to click, click to here, error, click to here, error. Ooh. The sound the thwomps make. Here to here, and then here to here. And then we go to here. And then, oh my God. Oops. Grab you. Alt. Just do that. Go. Jiggle it a little bit. Cool. Okay, so once I route these in 0.4, whatever, go from here, curved traces. Curved traces. There to there, and here to here, and here to here, and then this thing over to there. We good. Oh yeah, these two. And then I actually want to go, oh, whoops, hold on. There we go. Okay, cool. We good. Save. How do I get this connector out without totally eliminating it? I could try hot air and then pull. I guess hot air is going to be the fastest way for me to do it, so we'll do that. So I'm going to set this up at an angle so that I can pull on the cable gently. Fungus among us. I'm a fun guy to be with. Oh, this is off. Hold on. What a mess. Who's been running this place? This is a mess. Yeah, luckily the connector is completely square in its dimensions. So I'll heat it up, I'll yoink it, and put it in the other way around. I guess if I keep the heat, I could just plug it in. I do want to heat the board a little bit too, so we're not shocking it with all this heat. That'll make stuff bend in ways that we don't want it to bend. Might need to add flux. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to cut a notch in the header. The whole point of my using this header is for the safety of the voltage. I've seen too many synthesizers dead because they were plugged in dead backwards. Too many lives lost. Senseless. The senselessness of it all. Give me my header. Oh, here it comes. I yoinked ya. Get yoinked on. He didn't even know what happened to him. But before he knew it, he was yoinked. All my years on the force, you never get used to seeing a yoinking like this. Uh-oh, it's totally crooked. Hold on. I need to put a finger behind it and heat it up again. Give me this back. I'm gonna burn my hand if I'm not careful. I yanked when I should have yoinked. That's what hand soldering avoids. That's how you cook man flesh. Okay, you can cool off now. Jeez, look at this. Look at the heat distribution. Look at that ground plane distributing my heat. Perfect. Look at that. It's made it all the way down to this part of the board. Wonderful. I have chicken wings, like buffalo style chicken wings. They're not buffalo style. They don't have any flavor on them. They're just meat. And I really want to do them in the smoker. But it's cold out, and I have to stream. I guess I could stream my smoking wings, but that would dox me so quickly. I do wish I had a little bit more access to the garage, though, for streaming. And NDI will help me do that. One day I can get NDI, and then I can plug a Raspberry Pi into a, probably drop a cable down into the basement and then get it all the way over to the router. And that way I would be able to have a quick camera outside that, I don't know how I do sound, though. How would I do sound? My setup is very strange and complicated. It's hard to move around. We did that one cooking stream, but that was when people weren't home and I was able to move computers upstairs. Now it's a rack mount computer, so it's even less mobile. I could do a cell phone thing, but then my audio is just terrible. That was a typo. That was a hell of a typo. All right, let's put the power cable back together before we put power into this thing. So ground in the middle. And then negative is on stripe. Because we got that right. It's just I got it wrong. Oops, that was positive. Positive is on opposite of stripe. Negative is on stripe. There we go. So now we are correctly hooked up. Our output is the cable with a little bit of marker on it. That's wearing away too quickly. So, no, that's our input. So input there, output here. Output is off. I plug the thing in, this time with the correct voltage. I have, well, not cheap. I have an expensive lav mic. It's just tuning it. I guess if a cheap lav mic does the filtering that I'd want it to, where it doesn't pick up every noise known to man. God, I got so much heartburn. I know I took a heartburn pill. Why am I so heartburny? Okay, so. Well, it's because of meatloaf is why. That's a very clear answer right there. Meatloaf is the entire reason. We probably should watch the microcontroller because that's the thing that's going to explode, if anything. I don't think anything will explode, but let's give it a go. Let's give it a whirl. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. It is drawing 0.037 amp. And why is everything super hot? It's super hot because it was already super hot, right? From soldering? Yeah. We got a result. I mean, a line went up on it, but I didn't see audio. I would do it, but I won't do that. Do what? What are you talking about, Meatloaf? Jesus fuck. Did you get the Yeti yet? You catch that Yeti? I want to let this cool down because I actually want to see where the heat is going. But we have a result. It's just nothing is happening. We're giving it 0 volts, but we should get audio out from it. See that the yellow line goes to there? Huh. So we're not getting anything happening. So now we probe around and look for voltage changes. These are just warm because the hot air was there. Yeah, so no wave output. The RP2040 has power lights on. It doesn't appear to be exploding at the moment. So we need to look to see what types of power are running around our board. Having this thing plugged in at the same time is kind of tough. Try to keep it on camera so we can see what's going on. Analog signal input filters should remove the noise. No. I have a... Hold on a sec. The voltage regulator is getting warm. This is a first power on for a device, so it's always a little bit scary. Let me get a scope probe, and we can put it up on the scope. We'll try to use the scope more. Channel 3 will be our probe. And let's center channel 3. There we go. What do you mean operation disabled? It already worked. We'll get this plugged into ground with a probe pin. Oh wait, no, we're already grounded. We're already on ground because of the plugins. So now I can actually just probe around and see what voltages are present everywhere. So at the output of the regulator, oh, maybe the result we need to change to channel 1. Source, channel 3. Millivolts. Check our power up here. Negative 6 volts is all we're getting. There it is, 11.3. Okay. Negative 11. Over here, positive 11. Okay. And then on the regulator output, 3.2. There we go. All right. So that's 3.2. That's that number on the right. It's hard to see because it's purple. Here we should get negative 10. There it is, negative 10. Okay. And then, I forget which is the power pin on these. 300 millivolts. Which ones are the power pins on these? Looking at the decoupling cap here, 3.3, and then the decoupling cap, oh, that one's on the other side of the board. 11 volts. Negative 11 volts. 3.3. 0, essentially. Everything that should be functioning in a particular way is. So I am inclined to think that it is either a pinout issue or a code issue. Probably not a code issue, to be honest. We should be seeing an output. Let's see on the 6-volt line. I'll give it like 2 volts. We have activity. Do we have activity over time? We don't. Why is that so? Because 2 is probably adjusted differently. Yeah, 200 is 5 millivolt per div. We'll do 2 volts per div like everybody else. Or no, we're at 5 volts, so we'll do 5 volt per div. Okay, so there's a little result there, and that 2 is coming. That's just what we are giving, what voltage we are giving the supposed VCO. but I'm not getting nothing out here. Not getting an output, which might be bad soldering. Poke around at it a little bit. Let's check the pins of the RP2040. I don't know which one's which. I can probably look on the schematic. So I'm looking for the one that goes to the amp cluster for the output. I need to look at the schematic of the actual chord VCO, and that will tell me which one is doing what. Take a look here. I can't believe I flipped the power cord. I'm just glad I was able to flip that manually. Okay, so the output is coming from P2. P2 is over here. Pin 9. So this would be output. It's like, it looks like it's oscillating, but it's so minor. Does that change with? It seems like it is. It's a very small signal. Almost looks like noise. So then it's out over here. And of course we're not seeing it, we're already looking at it. So let me see. Just check all of them and see if there's any. Those are the voltage inputs. Wait, this is a 3-volt input and it's not doing anything. It's on the other side of the board. Yeah, it is. It is. It is on the other side of the board. Okay. Oh wait, I was looking through the bottom of the board. This is the output. Well, there's still nothing. That doesn't change nothing. Hit reset. I don't know why it's not functioning. I do not know. What can I do in order to check my other stuff? check everything. I guess I could look at the serial prints. Oh no, but those aren't implemented in this version of the code. I could convert the other code to have a void and loop. But I'm using the code that Hagiwo made for the RP2040. I didn't change a pinout. The only pinout that changed is I have an LED pin that is currently not coded, but I can work that into the code. Let's see if Hagiwo connects the pins as we think they are. No, I didn't change any of the input pins. I'm using the exact ones from the design. Because I don't know what those pins do. Might as well just connect them where they should go. No, I didn't change them. 01634 input pull-up timer micro table set for blah blah blah, do a bunch of stuff, covers 6 to 132 or more. GPIO set function 2, GPIO function PWM, GPIO2, pin 2, Raspberry xiao pinout. Check against that. We kind of lost the thread on checking the pinout because we found out that the LED was still running. Images. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5 and 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm pretty sure that's all connected in the way that it should be. Check with CAD. Of course, we've got multiple layers, but 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're all doing their thing. Doing their thing, they thing. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 on the D's, And the analog is coming out of 2. 2 is, this is all that this referential stuff that you got to do with a design like this. 3 pins down. 3 pins down is P28. P2 is the output. P26, P28, that's an input. Huh? Hold on a minute. Because I was going off of Hagiwo's schematic. So he had pin 2 as the output, but maybe that changed between the codes, and I'll have to correct that. Close this, that's useless. This one's useless. That one's useless. That one is our thing. That one's the actual thingy thing. And then here we have, in the schematic, P2 is the output. So I followed that. And so P2 as the output. P2 here is the output. Oops. P2 here is the output. And P2 corresponds with 9. PA7, A8, D8, SCK. Which brings us to, it's possible that I can just rearrange the pins in order to get all the right outputs. What was I doing? P2 is pin 9, PA7, etc. Pin 9, which is, it's making my head hurt. Pin 9 is on this window. It's over here. Yeah, P2 is here, SCK D8. And yet, in the Arduino code, he's calling on pin 2 for the PWM. Which made, I mean, that might correspond differently, but PWM, GPIO, set GP2 function to PWM. I guess general pin 2. There's P2, GP2. In MicroPython. D2 would be here, P28, but that's an input. Whew. I didn't, you can see what I'm going through here. It's a different pin designation in MicroPython, and I think this code might be derivative of MicroPython. I need to make sure that the pin can do the function that we want it to. GPIO to slice number 2. Okay, let's power it down for a little bit of recoding to make sure that I get the right one. Which will be easy enough to do with the schematic right here. So these are all labeled, luckily for us. So how do we name the pins in Arduino? Because we have D0, D1, D2, D3. 0, 1. So input pull up is octave select. This was pin 0 is octave select. D0, P26. P26 is the button. Yeah, no, P6. P26 is this input. Oh no, this might be bad. We might not get analog input on the pins that. Oh no, wait, that is an analog. Okay, wait a minute. I got this browser over here. That one is an analog input. It's A0. So instead of A, I'm going to go for A and D labeling. So A0 is octave select, and that's P26. Why are they both octave select? 0 and 1. Those are input pull-ups. Oh, wait a minute. Which is octave select? That's not correct. These are not correct. Octave select, push mode. Okay, so those are the switches. So 0 and 1 are one of the switches. Oh yeah, they are. They are one of the switches right there. Look at that. But that's P0 and P1, and P0 and P1 are D6 and D7. This is why we do this in the header, all of the pin assignments and stuff. And these should actually be variables that are at the top of the code if you're doing this properly, but like Hagiwo said, the code's a mess, so. Okay, so octave, P0, P1, which are not D0 and D1, they're D6 and D7. Push switch, that is on pin 6, P6, which is D4. I think Arduino is interpreting these as D and A numbers. Actually, I think they default to D. There's a note under Hagiwo's circuit diagram. I may have seen it. Let me see here. And then we go to Hagiwo. I need to move this window, and it's all weird. Let me move this. There we go. I got the 1 pixel that I'm allowed to click. Since the AD converter can only read up to an upper limit of 3.3 volts, the input range is expanded to 5 volts by dividing the voltage using resistors. The error in voltage dividing resistors of the V per octave circuit is realized by software calibration. Since the audio output is PWM, there's a 2-pole low-pass filter. The operation of amplifier provides it from 3v3 to 5v. Addendum, the toggle switch is an on-off-on 3-state. I got that. Note, there are multiple versions of the xiao RP2040 schematic. The circuit diagram labeled version 1.08 is old, and some of the circuits are different, so it should not be used as a reference. Please refer to the latest version 1.22 circuit diagram. What version is the latest? Source code, article may be helpful. I mean, it's the one from the site is what I used, but then we did our own modifications to it. I couldn't find out more stuff after that. Seeds Wiki is confusing. Yes, it is. But this is, wait, the diagram, is it for the RP2040 or? I think he means his circuit diagram, doesn't he? No, multiple versions of the schematic. I mean, I think what I'm doing is correct. Thanks, Carthosis. I want to get this right. I've got, I'm over time right now. That's fine. Let's just do this pinout changing that I'm doing right now and see what it does. Because I think we're mostly there. So the other switch inputs are on 3 and 4, but not pin 3 and 4, P3 and 4. P3 and 4 go into D9 and 10. And then for the analogs, what do we have? Since he's directly doing this, I'm worried that the pin number is going to not propagate to the outputs. I think the point of this is that it's constantly outputting, though. What are we doing in our loop? Old push switch is equal to push switch, digital read. Ugh. He's not using variables. That is the worst. So it's hard-coded to pin 1 and 0. I gotta go in and do more code edits. I guess I just have to go in and do more code edits on my own. At least it didn't explode. We can use this as a jumping point, and I can put some serial prints in there maybe. We'll have to do a little bit of coding. Should I save that for when you guys are around next? Probably yes. We'll do a coding stream in order to fix all this shit. Basically what I can do is I can make a separate program and I can test my inputs and test my outputs to make sure that this is all correct. Yeah, that was extremely disappointed in Hagiwo for hard coding his pin numbers. I need to undo that from the entire piece of software. Use defines at the top of your code for this precise reason. is because things change. Maybe you want a pin to be a little different. Maybe you want to swap something. Maybe you want to test something, but don't hard code your ins and outs in the pins in the code. Unless it's hello world, in which case it could be considered okay, but even then, you're going to get the ruler right across your fucking wrist by your professor who's teaching you programming, doing their best to avoid me running into situations like this. Don't be Hagiwo. Put variables in your code, for fuck's sake, people. So I'm gonna have to go through and do like a bit of a code rewrite on Hagiwo's stuff. That'll help me organize it and get familiar with it. But we'll do that together. We'll do that together, and we'll do that on Tuesday. So hardware supposedly done. We're gonna make sure that we can test it properly and build it. I made the big buffoon mistake. I need to do the other thumb. I made the big mistake. I flipped the entire power connector. Luckily, it's a flippable part, but now the silk screen is wrong. I've corrected it in CAD, but your hello world might be compiled on Mars. Are you willing to be the reason that the Mars colony imploded? That's a lot of responsibility. Okay, so here's the end card. Find the window where I can type. Bop. End card. That's all my social medias. There's nothing. Sometimes I tweet. But yeah, we're gonna have to go through this code. I'll do it on Tuesday, or I'll do it on my own, but I have a lot of IRL stuff that I really need to get to. It's been kind of a stressful week, so thank you. Thank you for joining my stream. You guys got to watch how I build hardware and test it and vet it. We've got the very fine things to test still and get running, but the outlook is hopeful. Hopefully it is just garbled pins. Because I think I got all my analog and digital pins properly. All the analogs are coming into the right side, or sorry, the left side of the chip. And all the digitals are coming in on the other one and throughout. So I think we're in good shape. We're going to get this VCO working, and then I'll be able to mass produce a couple of them and get them to Julian and Dave so that they can have fun with them. And then we will work on Burn the Subs. I promise that radiator is coming in the mail. It'll get here any day now. And we'll be able to put that radiator in, finish wiring, start coding, all that stuff. And we got to jump and do a Node Red stream at some point in order to make the fart box work again, because that's been out for a little bit. Okay, so unfortunately we got delayed. I wasn't able to immediately make a success, but the hardware is looking good. I think it's going to be a good module, and we will be able to continue this on Monday. Are we going to raid? I don't think we need to raid anybody. I can see who's online. I can make a recommendation. I probably should do like a shout out, but all the usual heads are streaming right now. I don't see many tech people who are on my radar. So you guys go and do something else. I don't know. Yeah, we're ending on a cliffhanger, unfortunately.